Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so.
Good morning. Good morning, and welcome back in. I'll give everybody a minute to get up and get in here. Good morning, Nina. Good to see you bright and early this morning. Well, my first cup of coffee, I need a refill already. All right, I got my buddy up here. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Can't hear you yet. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I hate when I do that.
Am I having a tech issue already?
No, just me being dumb.
Oh, how are you this morning?
Oh, good. Whew.
Good deal. Good deal. Just
Thursday
off.
already, huh?
I know it is, and I'm kind of. It dawned on me today. And the only reason why I know that is because the kids are all leaving tomorrow and they're going to be gone. So I was like, oh yeah, today is
Oh,
Thursday. But been a long week, hasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bev and her full days, partial days. Most could have gone up to dinner, lady, but okay, whatever. We'll leave you alone. I'm not going to stress out about some dumb shit like
They've
that.
been pretty full days,
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have them wrap up at a certain time because a
Yeah.
lot of us have to get our own lives, squared
Yeah.
away, dinner and families and all the things. So great, great. Nina can hear both of us. We're good to go. Um,
Right.
yeah, we need to take our because Lori Vallow was going so late in the day, it would end like 5:30 my time, and I'm like, I'm tired and don't feel like doing anything. I need to take a rest, but now I had to get up and do all the things that we have to do around the house. So
Yeah.
it is a nice change of pace. They start earlier now. So over in Idaho, they're 2 hours behind me.
Think so. Yeah.
So
Boise
I may,
is Mountain
yeah.
Time.
Well,
Mhm.
so I'm getting used to this schedule. You know what I mean? So it's not
So it's
bad.
going to be probably going to be more like the Lori Vallow trial then, the time wise
Um,
for Idaho.
yeah, it start later for me than Karen Reed is, and it'll end later. That's okay.
So do we know, like, will Idaho start like 9 a.m. their time? So that would
More
be
than likely 8 a.m. or
like
9
noon
a.m.
that'll be like noon my time.
Yeah, I don't. A lot of times their hearings pop off for us in toward the afternoon, or
Yeah.
whatever. Um, I don't think they've got like think 9 a.m. I think is the time they
9
got
a.m.
it scheduled to start. I'm gonna look real quick,
Probably. Yeah.
see if it's on the case summary because they do have the date set, subject to change, obviously, but I don't think that's going to change a lot. I
Yeah,
don't
and I
think
wonder if they go till 5. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like
get a full
Massachusetts seems
day.
to be short days to me.
Yeah, I think it's judge specific,
Oh,
right?
okay. Maybe.
The jury trial it says starts at 8:30, but I think that jury selection date starting because trials officially start with jury selection.
Yeah.
Come on, dog and cat. This is not the time. Get out of here, Annie. Sorry, guys. My dog decided to come in here, and sometimes the cat tolerates her, and sometimes she doesn't. Right now, Miss Ava's like, "Get out of here, Annie." Ava and Annie. That's the cat and the dog. Annie, go lay down. Yeah, they're trying me this morning. Um, Good morning, Butterfly. Welcome in. Butterfly's got few things going on. She'll be popping in and out over the next several days. She's got some work stuff going down. So we appreciate you, Butterfly, and we completely understand. But yeah, going back to the jury, I don't know if that's jury selection starts on 8/11/25 or if that's the
No,
day
the
they.
jury selection starts in July. So I don't know which date, but yeah.
Um, I was looking back through the orders. Yeah, I don't know what day the official, because the official trial start dates always includes jury selection.
Hmm.
It usually takes, well, it can take anywhere up to a week. It depends on the players involved. You know what I mean? So we'll see. But yeah, we'll get our schedule down pat. We're getting our groove on with this trial stuff, y'all. If y'all been around a minute, y'all know I've only covered like one trial prior to this one, and it was Lori. But I thought this is a good way to get the practice run in and figure it out, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, Nina, right? That messes us all up on our personal schedules, don't it? It's like we do have a life outside of this. So I've been buying trial groceries because I don't really have a whole lot of people to take care of anymore. My kid is grown and his son is 9 and he takes care of his kid, but I help out. So sometimes I cook dinner and sometimes the son. But during trial, I'm like, dude, you're on your own. No, I've been making easy things for dinner and things of that nature. Easy foods to get going. So let me pull up the side screen so we can make sure we don't miss the start of the day because maybe Bev will start, super duper on time today. We got a couple of things to take a look at during the lunch break as well. Um, some cool drive. I don't want to say drive-bys. So there's a channel I've been watching periodically here lately. At the end of the Karen Reed days, I should say, they do a great little recap show. Um, where are they? Have you guys ever heard of Justice Serve TV? I'll drop their link in a little bit. He did a drive around Fairview. He lives in the area. Oops, wrong button. Anyway, he did a great drive. Like after testimony the other day, he went back over there and drove past the house again and got us a really good
Oh, cool.
visual of the camera on the cop's house across the street.
Yes,
It
there's
literally,
a freaking camera right across the street.
well, here's the thing though. Once I saw it, that camera ain't gonna see shit. So the camera is literally across the street from the next door neighbor, right? And
However,
and I'll show you the camera's location and what can it really see, right? How far out of this range? How they didn't look, so we don't ever know. But if you look at the camera at the location of the on the home, it's probably not going to fishbowl out, right, and see a lot. We'll review that at lunch and let you take a look at it. So go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, but she was allegedly drove ahead like 62 feet and then backed up.
But she
So
never
she
went
would have been
past
right
the
in front
edge.
of there, you know?
No, according to the diagrams and what they said in court, she never would have literally fully passed the property, right? Of where, so that's what I don't think.
Yeah, she would have because they said
They
she went
claim,
like 60 feet
I know,
further past the
but
past the flagpole, so she had to go in front of that camera because I'm telling you, I got a video of Turtle
but
Boy doing a reconstruction, and he's right in front of that house.
did the car go that far up? I'm not trusting their data because I have eyewitnesses stating otherwise. So the data says Karen Reed pulled up near the driveway, then pulls up near the flagpole, then pulls up again, backs up 60 feet. That's where they got the 60 feet back up from, was from the car data. No eyewitness saw that. Karen never said, well, I hauled ass backwards 60 feet and thought I slammed into something.
Of course, she's not gonna say that.
No, they got that from the data, from their thoughts on what she did. But none of that makes sense. Even with all that said, the guy's going to show us that camera. I don't agree that the cops shouldn't have got the camera. We all know they should have. Duh. Investigation 101. But I'm saying I don't know what that camera could have actually seen that would have made a difference to the case, right? I don't think it would have even been able, because of the conditions outside and the dark and all that. Dolphin, I knew you was about to come in with that I'm hungry shit. Like, I'm over here thinking what kind of stuff I can buy at the grocery store that's going to mimic Dolphin's
Oh, and she's
delicious
gonna get some fancy
fancy
thing.
breakfast. I know. She's going to come in hot in a minute with her fancy breakfast. I'm going to be like, damn, Dolphin, I got a bagel.
Right. Oh.
So he also did another video that I found this morning where he drove from Fairview to One Meadow. And it, with his calculation, even though 'cause he took into consideration there's no weather to impair him, right? It took him about 7 minutes to get over there, which is super important if they want me to believe Karen Reed left that home at a certain time, but yet she's on John's Wi-Fi at 12:45. So that how long it takes to get back
36.
to her house matters.
12:36, she was back on his Wi-Fi.
Yeah, 12:30, whatever the exact time was. I got a lot of notes here, a lot of times in my head. So whatever the exact time was doesn't jive up, but that's critical because when she
Well, yeah,
left, how long did she have to, you know what I mean?
yeah.
What time did she leave? Was it 12:20? Was it 12:30? Because it makes a difference on the timeline. Did she have enough time? You know what I mean? So all of that still at play. Because I'm not there yet. I'm not going to start screaming Karen Reed's innocent and just fucking flip out on everybody that comes on that witness stand. I cannot do that. So I have to take it all step by step by step by step. Right now, steps are not adding up that, you know, what they want
Well,
me,
anyways,
what
back
they
to what
want
you
us
were
to
saying.
believe.
Back to what you were saying before, and it
Mhm.
doesn't matter because we don't have the video camera
Yeah.
conveniently. If like the state is alleging she went 60 or 80, I forget how many exactly it was, feet ahead, because Turtle Boy measured it out. He went from the flagpole
Uh,
and he measured the distance,
yeah, I've
and
got it
he
wrote
stopped
down the
there.
exact distance, but I don't know which where it's at my notes. It's
Well,
buried.
if she did that and backed up, going 24 miles, I mean, that would have been visible on that camera,
Well, yeah, it could have been, but
possibly.
it may have seen her car firefly, but it wouldn't have seen the actual accident,
No,
is what I'm
but
saying. Once
if
she
she
backed
did
up,
what they're saying, then I wanna see it on video backing up, then it shouldn't be on video. No, anyways,
well,
I don't know, that's
if
not
the camera could see, I agree with you, but
that's true, it might not
here's
be
the
able to see
thing.
that
Here's the
across the
thing in
street.
true crime. I've heard another person say, "I need to see Brian Koberger on camera committing the murder to believe he can't committed the murder." I don't need all that. I don't like that the cops didn't take the camera footage.
Right.
That's incredibly wrong. I think anybody with a level
At
head's
least
gonna
check it.
understand.
If
At
it's
least
not
check it.
on there, at least check it,
Right.
and then you've ruled
'Cause
it out,
well,
you
like they
know?
said in court, we'll never know what it could see, but actually
Right,
you can go right now today and see how far that field of view is. It's not that hard to
right.
figure out.
Exactly.
If
Yeah.
somebody go up and ask the damn dude, "How far your camera go out, buddy?" Because this is a big discrepancy and a big ass debate and a nothing burger.
But
Because
I'm sure
it may not even see anything.
more people have tried to reconstruct this accident scene. Like Turtle Boy's on there. He measured out the distance, and he has a Lexus too. He's got the Lexus SUV, and
Mhm.
he tried to back up going 24 miles an hour. He couldn't get that high. He's like, it's too fast. It's out of control. And there's a slight curve. So he's like,
I was
she
raised
did
by a race car driver, yeah, it was never
24 miles an hour backwards in the snow, and nobody
mhm.
heard the wheels squealing or anything. Come on now.
I get it, I don't
You
need
know,
Turtle Boy to tell me that's a I was raised by a race car driver. I know my cars. I know
well,
how to
not
make a
everybody
car
knows
peel
that.
out. I know how to make that car I can make a car do all kinds of stuff my daddy taught me. Um, yeah, I don't get the 60 feet back up thing or why. You know, it doesn't even make any sense. So I get it. And I just if they had collected the camera, all I'm saying is I don't know that it would have seen, and I'm being fair and balanced about it. I don't know that it would have seen what they alleged happened over there because of what this guy showed. And he's not, and believe me, the guy I'm going to show you the video from is feels like we do. Karen's being railroaded, right? So it's not like we're going to bash Karen Reed and claim she did all this crazy shit. Because I think people, and last night was a whole level experience on this platform for me, and the way I'm going to roll on this platform is changing. I feel it. I feel it in my bones and in my soul. There's a lot of I'm not going to get caught up on the little things that may not even like this damn Google search anymore. If I'm a juror, that whole thing is off the table in my eyes because nobody can explain it. Nobody can figure out how it happened, who deleted what was going on. Bring me some more experts because I got a lot of questions about this woman's phone and what was going on with that phone. It goes way beyond, oh, some random deleted messages, and I'm not going to holler about that. I want to know why. Why is this one particular phone got all these massive deletions that y'all want to tell me didn't occur but actually did occur? I'm paying attention to all these forensic data's testimony. That stuff's important to me. The I'm we know this guy did a shitty investigation with his red solo cups. There's nothing left to be said about that. You know what I mean? Shitty investigation. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, everyone
I
involved did a
Yeah.
shit job.
I mean, well, the players that needed to be shitty turned out to be shitty.
Mhm.
The lead investigators turned out to have ties to these people living in that home. How deep and how close were those ties, and what are you willing to say and do for your friend? So for people to want me to believe this big ol' ass conspiracy occurred, I got to make it fit and make it work, or it's not going to work. Which leads me back to she could have hit him by accident, never even knew she did it, and drove away and went home. Then called him all night long, bitching him out because he wasn't home. End of story. Grand jury gets involved, and you got witnesses who walk in there and state she said she hit him. Grand jury's like, well, damn. Okay, murder. That's how you got to murder. I had to figure it out. I'm like, why murder? Not manslaughter. What the fuck's happening here? If you want to pin it on somebody else, the easiest way would have been to charge her with manslaughter, because you could win that conviction. But no, 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 no. We got to go involve a grand jury and march these witnesses in here with their cute little stories. Stories that we now know they have changed their testimony since the grand jury. That's why Karen Reed was indicted on murder charges. Would they take it that far, and why would they? If they know it's already a cover up. Then you got the weird text. If she doesn't take a plea deal, what was the exact words? Um, Shit, I got it wrote down. When their text communication, when they were talking about if she doesn't take a plea deal, it'll get, should have get sideways. Like, why would you say that? Why are you so concerned about all that? So, see, there's a lot of questions that lend to the conspiracy. And the defense right now is doing a pretty good job of laying out who's involved in the conspiracy, right? And I'm paying attention to when he's telling me that. So I can't wait to get onto the defense list, actually, of their witnesses and what their cross will be for those witnesses to prove their theory. You know what I mean? And Butterfly sent me a video this morning of y'all know who Melanie Little is, right? The attorney Melanie Little, on the done a lot of work in this
Yep,
case.
I watched the
Okay,
first trial
okay,
with her last week.
right, okay. So this guy was a guest on her show, and he is a canine expert. Anyway, I haven't watched the whole thing. I just kind of reviewed it a little bit this morning. I thought, let me throw that in the lunch show. Maybe we'll look at that. But I think he believes those were dog puncture wounds from the teeth. And the way he described it way better than I did, about like a pit bull with lockjaw. The German Shepherd's going to work in the same way. That is the stronger part. So it looks like, and he's right, because when I said that dog had bit him and bit down, he would have torn into that flesh. The way this guy describes it, because he trains canines, they're not a good canine dog if they only want to bite with the front of their teeth. They're trained to latch on and hold, right? None of them all will do that. They will. So the way he describes that is perfect to the wounds on John's arm. It explains the dog teeth without the ripping and tearing you would see of a lockjawed dog. That makes sense? I'll let him explain it. Maybe he can do a better job. He can come mansplain this shit for us.
Yeah,
Go get some French toast from the IHOP. Look at her.
oh, that sounds good. Little French toast sticks.
I know. My IHOP is so far away, they'd laugh if I called them. They're like, ha ha ha. No, ma'am, you're not getting French toast today. Welcome in, Carrie. Oh, goodness. Dolphin's going to eat them things, and she's like, I'm going to be out like a light. Okay. Right, Butterfly? She needs to get some for all of us. We need those little drones that the Amazon has. Go pick up Dolphin's food and bring us some. Just drop it right out of the sky. All right, so they're still only fanning it, guys. I feel like there was. Hang on, let me move this screen over for a second because I want to check something really quick. Oops. What did I do that for? Okay. So, who do we think decided it was a good idea to try to get sealed documents from the Idaho 4 case.
Everybody.
No, there's somebody. No,
Oh.
there's a new filing. Okay,
Oh, okay.
it was there last night, and
Yeah.
I don't want to pull it up. So I'm afraid they'll start the damn trial without.
Oh, yeah, look, I was looking.
Yeah, look at that and read that, and tell me your thoughts later on that when we will review it at lunchtime. Let me make a note of that so we can review that real quick 'cause it's not a long
Order
document.
striking improperly filed records request. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, improperly. Now, there's another account out there that we're both aware of who thinks that's tied to the shit, the YouTube, the TikToker. Hell, let me go see what she said. Go look at Viv's post and tell me what you think.
Oh, Vivian. Okay. Viviana.
Yes, ma'am. Go look at that and tell me what. Oh, Dolphin,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dolphin. You think it was? You think it
What
was
does Dolphin
Dolphin?
think? What does Dolphin say? Jules? Probably. She's a dumbass.
Don't say
Sorry.
that out loud on my
Oh,
channel.
sorry.
I don't do channel wars. Sorry, Jules. We don't mean it for well. We sorry, Jules. I'm joking, y'all. Say what you want, girlfriend. Let that freak flag fly. You know I don't care. But yeah. Somebody's trying to get a hold of sealed documents in the Koberger case. Like they special, y'all. They special. There's a lot of people on these YouTube streets who, for some reason, think they're all special, and we're only going to get the truth from them. You know, because they're better than mainstream media and the rest of us. I can't right now. I'm going to get on a tyrant and say things.
Yeah, just drop it.
And it's not just Idaho 4, trust me.
No, I know.
Not just Idaho 4. It's across the board. We're just going to do things the way we do them over here. Y'all quit with that OnlyFans. Turn that damn thing off.
Yeah, everybody. I don't know which files in particular they're looking for, but everybody's tried to get those August 21st one. You know,
They're
the
not gonna
traffic
get it.
stop. Yeah, but yeah, that one you're
Get
definitely
it,
not going to get.
idiot. Who knows? Didn't she do it once before? I think she did,
She
Dolphin.
did.
But
Yeah, but
Viviana,
to be fair, she even went on and said, "I doubt I'm
Mhm.
going to get this, but I'm going to try anyways." I mean,
Well,
you know.
it's an look. Anybody, apparently, she's not been doing this long enough. Then a sealed case, people. Trial. Nobody's getting the documents. I don't care who the hell you are. Judge Hippler will decide who gets what, and he'll unseal it for everybody at the same time, not just one or two special in the know people, right? We can't have that. This ain't Delphi. We can't have only the ones that matter know.
The
Jules, anybody else
whoever
listening?
the one Viviana is talking about, I'm not sure who that is. That's like a new name, right? It's not the original name they had.
I really don't know.
I'm
I'm
not
not
sure.
worried
I've
about the
heard
name.
names.
It's what she did. Was it a tick? I can't remember exactly what it said. Let me go look. Let me read it. That's her thought, and I thought, how does she conclude that that's who the document's talking about, right? Because it doesn't
Yeah.
say. It doesn't say. That's why I'm saying I don't know where she got that from. I was
Yeah.
curious to know where she got it from, so I didn't dive into it yet and take a good look as to who she was. Let's see how she figured out or where she even gets the idea that that's who that's about.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, how would you know if it's not she says Ashley, the tarot card reader, who accused the okay, that's what it is. Remember the TikToker who accused the professor of
Yeah.
really being the real killer, and
Yep.
she got sued by the professor?
Rightly so.
That
Yeah.
girl. Yeah, rightfully so, exactly.
Yep.
That girl. She says it's her trying to get these sealed documents because she believes the sealed documents will back up her accusation. Hippler nicely smacked her down. Now, that's what Viviana says, but I don't see in the documents where she gets that's who it pertained to. I'm not just discounting what she's saying, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
because it doesn't say anything in the document, the court
yeah,
document,
I just
who
don't
it
know how she
is.
determined that, and I'd like to know how she determined that before I go out saying that's who did it, because literally the document doesn't tell you who filed for it. But the document does say that somebody filed for non-disclosure records, and the judge is like, "Are you kidding? We have movement," and I just took my last sip of
Oh,
coffee.
unless it does have a name on the last page.
I haven't looked far enough. Does it have a? Is it?
Well,
Can you
I
see it?
don't know. It says Ashley. I don't know if you want me to say the name.
Don't
It
say it out
says
loud.
it
But
says a
it does
person
say
in
a name.
Houston, Texas. It's addressed to, so
Okay,
it
then
must be
I
Viviana.
would be. I would be more inclined to believe Vivian. She never has been wrong so
That must
far.
be who that is.
Mhm.
That must be
Yeah.
who that is.
I was just curious how she determined it. I'm not saying she's not right
Did anyone
at
happen to
all.
see,
I just
hear,
don't
or
know.
read anything about this case since we left here? No,
Yep,
everyone's
yep.
acknowledged.
It's definitely her.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Mr.
Thank you.
Brennan, your next witness, please.
Here we go,
Thank you,
guys.
Your Honor.
Buckle up.
Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
Who is he, Firefly? Uh-oh, he got evidence.
Just another doofus at Canton PD.
Oh,
You can put it.
Face the clerk.
box full of evidence to look at. Taillight
You
pieces.
solemnly swear the evidence you report in jury of the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take this.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Just go ahead. You can finish.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White STI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a STI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When when you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, Fire Department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. To me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had, and he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
Okay. How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dayton. Did you ultimately make it to Dayton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dayton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light based on the information provided. It was allegedly to
Let me
be...
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dayton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dayton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it would be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet?
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay?
Sorry, I'm writing something down.
Oh, it's okay. Are they on a sidebar again? Look, Pixar, it didn't happen, dude. Just like in medicine, if you don't document it, it didn't happen. You can't prove
Yeah.
it, you know?
And I get hospitals are a different protocol and they're there to save the patient. But the minute those clothes hit that floor and laid there, we have contamination.
Of course.
So then you pick them up. They should automatically take those clothes off and have somebody on standby to put them in a bag and seal them immediately, especially if there's an accident victim and you don't know what's going to happen, right? I'm not blaming the hospital. They got to save a man's life. They could give a fuck about your clothes. But I get it. They were thrown over in the corner of a sterile environment, but still we need to do some DNA testing and things of that nature. So I'm already done with that. That evidence has done got contaminated in my mind. Ooh, contamination.
It's like a theme with this whole investigation. There's no
Yeah.
professionalism.
No,
Zero
it's okay if it gets
professionalism.
contaminated, Firefly. They can figure it out later, right? I mean, y'all scooped up blood in cups and thought that was innovative. Y'all heard of shedding DNA. We hear about it a lot in the Koberger case. We can come educate y'all over there in Canton. What if your DNA sheds into the bag, into the cup of snow-covered frozen blood? Now you got a mixture of DNA. So come again with your innovative abilities. I made up a new word.
Technabilities. I
Your
like it.
technological advances in DNA collection. It's crazy. So this guy claims when they arrived, this is the important takeaways for me, because I'm not putting him into my conspiracy theory yet. I'm putting him at doing his job, and maybe Proctor was the one doing the conspiracy.
Yeah.
But this man just said when he got to Karen Reed's house, the big piece of lens was missing. But remember, that was already after she bumped into John's car.
Right.
So he doesn't know when that cracked taillight broken situation happened either.
Well, who took the photograph of her car next to John's car? Because that's where we remember we saw what we thought might be.
That was the cop. That was the officer who arrived to John's house to do the welfare check on the kids.
Okay, gotcha.
So when
that
that
cam.
came from his car, that came from his cruiser body or cruiser dash cam.
Oh, dash cam. Okay.
Yeah. So when he pulls up, They were showing it in the thing. So when he pulls up into John's driveway, and you'll see it's kind of tight around John's too, which we heard Karen say about the driveway. That video, the guy that went to John's house gives you a really good visual of that. So, but when this cop pulls into the drive, he can't pull into the driveway because there's not enough room. So basically, he turns in, but his car is now facing dead behind Karen Reed's,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where that image came from of her taillight earlier in the day. Then at some point, she makes her way to her parents' house, and then so when an accident like this occurs, the unit is notified at the state police level. Because I'm like, why is the state police messing around in a residential neighborhood?
Yeah.
Make it make sense. Now they have, because they are called and assigned to the case through the DA's office. So then once that happens, they pair a state trooper with a local detective. In this case, they could not do that because the local detectives recused themselves from interviewing any of the witnesses because of their
Mhm.
ties to law enforcement.
Right.
So therefore, he stepped in and took on that secondary role, and this is why he is gone with Proctor to question Karen Reed. No local detective could do it, and they have to have two. He just talked about the manpower situation that arose from that challenge. Whatever, we didn't do it, y'all. Your cops did it, so deal with it. Go snuffle out the show and get busy. So yeah, and now here we are. But he's stating visually, did they take a picture? It still doesn't matter because we don't know when that taillight was cracked. So I absolutely buy this man pulls up and he sees there's taillight missing. There should have been at that point in time. She's already bumped John's car and cracked the taillight, right?
Yeah.
The car's not at Sallyport yet to be tampered with. I haven't forgot about that, but show me that actually happened. When I'm
Mhm.
seeing multiple times now, before that car made its way to Sallyport, it already had a taillight problem. Do you see what I'm saying? It's confusing. I'm not confused. I'm just saying, how does that
Well,
play in the conspiracy that Proctor went in there and busted it to pieces and went and planted evidence?
that's what I'm saying. But if they went all the way to Brighton to look at this car to find the
They
car
went to
and
Brighton
then
to
go
find
bring it
her.
back.
Yeah, they didn't bring it, but we ain't got that far yet. See, I don't know that yet. Did they not have probable cause to take her car? They're already suspecting her
True. I don't know when
based
they
on.
took the car back. Yeah.
Okay, so you just said they left it though. I thought they didn't take the car with them. I don't know if they call. I don't know. I don't know that part
At
yet. That's
some
why.
point they bring it. I don't know when.
Oh yeah, at some point they do recover the car and take it, but I don't
But
know if it
why
was
not
this
take a
day or not.
picture? Why not take a picture? It makes no
Maybe
sense.
I agree with you. I'm trying to figure it out. That's why I'm trying to talk about it. I don't understand what they did. We don't know yet. He's not finished testifying.
Yeah. Let's hear
So
the rest.
did he photograph this car? But again, it doesn't tell me what time or how that taillight was cracked. My
Right.
whole thing is it was cracked before getting
All
to
right, so
Sallyport.
is it
Yes.
appropriate for
Tell
me to
me
give an
how it got
instruction
damaged
right
at
now,
Sallyport.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't make it make sense.
I would defer to
It don't.
counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm
give
not
a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless, from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not...
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection. May we approach right now?
Okay.
He can't speak what Proctor did or didn't do, but he has been doing it all morning. So,
Yeah.
so they did seize her car that day, and this is all going down the 29th, right? So 4:15-ish, they're taking her vehicle back. This was all happening pretty fast, see? So, I mean, within 24 hours of him being injured on the lawn. Let's put it that way. So,
Okay, so he said based on the injuries of the body, that's what made them think she was hit by a car. I don't.
that
Do those
compiled.
injuries make you think that? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Preliminarily, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. I got to investigate it to find out, right?
I mean,
I don't
yeah,
know.
until you have a medical
I
examiner
hope a
to
cop
say-
can't. Yeah, I pray a cop can't just walk into a room, look at an injury, and make a lot of assumptions right there. You need to investigate it. That's common knowledge. I hope they would investigate it, right? Regardless of the
roll it
outcome.
out, right? If nothing else, yeah.
But for people want me to, I need to see more.
But for the same injuries, why aren't you thinking, oh, he could have gotten beat up? Why aren't you questioning the people in the house? That's what I don't understand.
They've already been told at this point. Here's what they're basing it on, and he just spelled it out, and I got it all wrote down. All he knew was there was a woman stating, I hit him. There's a missing shoe. People tend to get knocked out of their shoes when hit by vehicles. They're reviewing the injuries. It was a
I'm going to
possibility.
strike the
Now
last
we're
portion of that
investigating.
testimony.
And here we are.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sally Port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
To strike.
I'll strike that. Ask you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sally Port area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sally Port area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sally Port area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document as evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, Batman. I'm stuck on something. If Karen's taillight was really cracked and broken before getting to Sallyport, when did they get the opportunity to get a large piece enough to bust up to go scatter at the scene of the crime? While I get there, I don't know. I need to see more footage of that car before it entered Sallyport, y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I see the car, I see the dash cam.
And what date did they find all those pieces? Was it the same day or was it
Yeah, when the CERT team came back, and we're going to look at a video at lunch.
the afternoon? Or was it next day?
I got the date and time. I don't know. I have to look at my notes.
I think it was the second, wasn't it?
He testified yesterday. It was later that day. Once they know, they already had dispatched CERT team, and we're going to take a look at the actual grid area where they searched in this video at lunch, because the shoe that was that shoe he's talking about, that's the one found on the scene next to the curb.
I'm sorry.
What?
Dolphin, her comment just made me laugh. I'm sorry.
I'm glad he quickly opened the bag instead of yeah, I know. I thought about that too. I was like, I almost said you need to be careful with the scissors, because yesterday that shit was funny. That one guy, Dolphin was making comments about the guy who was opening up stuff yesterday. He might stab himself, it looked like. He was having a hard time with them scissors. But
no, but you're right. The timing is everything, because if he didn't have time to gather the pieces to plant them, then that rules that out.
Yeah, exactly. So the defense has got to get real careful with this, because you show me that this thing was already damaged prior, right? When did that damage occur? I understand that it could have gotten cracked when it hit John's vehicle. I see that happening. I understand that. My question is, when did that large chunk fall off? Because it's clearly off. It looks to be clearly off during the police dash cam video before it arrives to Sallyport. When did that, while she was driving, did it fall off somewhere, right? Randomly, anywhere on the road? Or, when they got their hands on that to plant is huge, if you want me to believe a conspiracy. But then you got to think about, what were these experts going to say coming up about his damn arm? I don't know. I'll have to wait until they get here. But right now I got to go piece by piece, step by step. So right now, I'm like, when was this taillight actually tampered with, if it was tampered with at all? Now, I have seen a little bit of the Sallyport stuff, but I didn't study it because I wasn't studying this case. I'm just
going to say, like, if they arrived at the Sallyport at 5:30, 35-ish, and then what time? Was it in the evening later that they found those pieces? I don't know.
The CERT team went over the day one when CERT team originally went. They only found 7 to 8 pieces, I think it was.
Oh, that's right. Days later, they found like 40
Then
pieces.
they found the rest. Exactly.
Right,
Days later. So when the snow began to melt more, they put the snow blower, or the leaf blower got put away. Now, we've heard more than once by top-notch law investigators, the best practice would have been to take shovels and rakes. He's not the first one to say it. The CERT team also did the same thing. But you got Mr. Rogue over here coming in hot with, I'm going to be innovative and go get me a leaf blower. Because those techniques we normally use may not work here, because I might break a glass with my shovel. That's real convenient to say. I caught that, and I haven't let it go out of my files in my head.
Well, you just do a little at a time, buddy. You don't do like a big old scoop of snow.
Come again, sir. Come again. I need a Coke. I need a Coca-Cola.
So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to.
Half-hour break?
Half hour? Okay. Well, I have to pee and get a Coke. Now y'all know my business.
So
We will see you at 11:30.
All right.
Dolphin,
please.
I'm out of
Chair
goody
closing
powders.
notebook
I don't know
slowly.
what happened in my world, but it's not sitting right now. Got to get me some later. Okay, well, let's get them down with the OnlyFans spinning. 30 minutes, 9:33 right now, my time, Central Time. All y'all got to be on the Central Time now. So we'll go back to that in about 30 minutes. Let's take a look at that Koberger documents for a second. And if there's a name in a document, it's not on me to redact it and not speak about what's in a public document. Okay. So let me get the screen up, guys. There was a couple. Oh, also, before I forget, I wanted to clarify something. We started talking yesterday, and we did not finish looking at the bottom piece of this one thing. And so when he made his decision about the defense being allowed to review the exam, let me see. So what the judge actually decided to do is both parties, defense and prosecution, can view the exam through video feed. But they won't be able to be seen. Koberger won't be able to see them. You know what I mean? So they're not influencing or whatever's going on. So that solved that. Judge was like, I'll be fair. Y'all can view it just in camera. I like that. Oh, come on up, Dolphin. You know where the link is. Guys, with that said, I'm going to take a break for like 5 minutes. I got to go run to the bathroom and grab a drink. I'll come right back. This is not a long document at all. Okay, I am back. Thank you guys for hanging in there. Good morning, ma'am.
Oh, good morning.
Did you get your breakfast ordered?
No, I'm trying to finish it now.
Okay.
Just haven't made up my mind
Oh no,
100%.
she's
I've
got.
been back and forth with you guys in chat and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Yep, she's got choices now, choices to make. Okay. Dolphin, I believe there were just this one. We went over briefly what we read
Oh,
yesterday
okay.
during break. We read the two documents that dropped yesterday
Mm-hmm.
about the families coming into the courtroom and the testing
Ooh.
that this state wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
The judge denied part of it, which I don't blame him because it was the personality structure test. They can only test in the scope of what the defense is going to do in their testing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he approved that, but what he did is ended up approving they can review the exam, but they have to be on video feed where Koberger can't see them.
Oh,
Yeah. Sam Taylor
interesting.
wanted to be present, and the state said no. And then the judge is like, well, no, they do have a right to oversee it. So
Mm-hmm.
both of y'all can view it, but through camera. So that was fair enough. Okay. So this one, though, is a weird document, guys. It dropped yesterday evening at some point. And I was like, what? Okay. So order striking improperly filed records request. And this is not the first time that someone's attempted to gain documents in this case, in a sealed case. Like, Okay, y'all waste your time if you want. May 6, 2025, a third party filed a motion for access to non-disclosure records in this case because she is not a party to this case. She is not authorized to file pleadings. Herein, the motion is hereby stricken from the record, meaning it won't even be on the record that she filed this damn thing. The proper approach is to file a public records request as directed on the Ada County website. Public records request. Instead of going that route, she went straight to the courts with it.
Wait a minute.
Ow.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
How could somebody who's just, John Q. Public file
Mm-hmm.
a motion for
Well,
access?
She's got a court something against
you
her.
can. You can. There's these things were. There's. I'm that YouTuber who doesn't want to end up in a court document. I've seen a lot. Delphi, you should see the fuckery there. You can even directly email the judge if you want and end your ass up right into one of these dockets. No, thank you. So she filed a motion, okay? Then it says at the bottom, and it does display her name and everything.
Wow.
It was
Wow.
the TikToker that accused the professor of being the actual murderer, the female professor, and then she got sued. Now, Vivian thinks that she believes there's stuff in these documents that may help verify her case, which we all know is a joke anyway, right? You deserve to get sued over that one, Ashley. You were downright slanderous and all the things and all the hate that was happening, and people who were supporting Koberger turned on that poor lady, and she didn't even do anything. See how crazy this stuff can get out of hand. So
So the court just docks the hell out of her.
yeah, they did. They just
Well, she put herself in it.
public records, right? I'm not doing anything, but so Miss Ashley filed through her home in Houston. God, address and all was there. I didn't even. Oh Lord,
Yeah.
y'all don't go harassing the girl now. Not from over here. We're gonna leave her alone. We don't care. She can just go be her. But yeah, so she was denied her little motion there. Yes, Andrea did. And then Andrea wasn't the only one. There were YouTubers that are not law tubers who filed a bunch of shit in that case. It wasn't just Andrea. Civilians can file whatever the hell they want, apparently. So, let me pull up the feed on the side so I don't lose track of what they're doing there. Hold on, guys. Let me get to it. And we're going to watch a little video real quick.
I would love to see what she submitted.
Which particular document she's asking for. What is she asking for specifically for that might help prove her case? Prove what case? The case of whodunit? We still playing that game? Okay. I don't know what that chick's issue is. You just don't go up on a public platform and start accusing people willy-nilly of stuff that you ain't got no proof of. All right. So this is like I said, guys, this is a channel called Justice Served TV, and I've been enjoying their little nightly recaps, evening recaps. It's a man and a woman. But this one, he drove over, like I said, he drove over to Fairview. Hold on. I'm going to mute it. But anyway, it's the visual that's perfect. And I'll drop their link in the channel in just a second. So he did this the other day after the testimony about the ring, or about not the ring cam. It was not a ring cam. It was a different type at the house across the street. So he is literally right there. Okay, so you guys can see it. And this is the video he just dropped. Oops.
And we're on the Fairview Road here. This is, just to give you a sense here, let me turn you to see my face. Here we have Cedar Crest. I always get that street confused with the other one, but here we have Cedar Crest, and you see it just dead ends right into Fairview. So here's Fairview Road. And in light of the more recent testimony that we've had in the case, I thought I'd pop back over here and kind of look at a couple of things that came up in that testimony. Among other things, there goes the animal control person. Arguably, that could be a problem for me. Anyway, remember from Gallagher's testimony. He's talking about the Arlo Ring camera across the street, right? Where we're going to focus in on that a little bit. Also on the investigation and the search done by the CERT team and Mr. Officer or Lieutenant O'Hara, who came right here to 34 Fairview. And remember, this was all stuff that took place on the street.
Now imagine, guys, visualize what's happening right here. There's that driveway. This is where Nagel pulls up and stops. Karen Reed is just right around that mailbox. And then she lets off the brake and she pulls up another car link near that flagpole area. So these vehicles that were in that driveway, as Nagel and Buddy Ricky were traveling down the road, could John have got out and walked toward the home and they not saw him because of the cars in the driveway? Possibility.
Here in front of the house, because they didn't go onto the lawn to search along that area. They actually began their search. Here's the mailbox. They began the search kind of right here. And here's the curb that he talked about clearing. Remember that? Just your basic asphalt curb. The Jeep.
See the berm? They kept calling it that little curb there. That is where they claimed that John O'Keefe's shoe was eventually found, was up against this curb that they found during their grid search.
You see them all over in the east because they stand up in the winter better. Here's the lawn, and they did this search along.
Now, I think this is also a good look at the area here around the flagpole, because there's no trees to obstruct the body at all. They're all behind the scene, right? Yeah, it's technically a curb berm. It's the same thing. I've heard them called both. I don't know if that's, either way, it's the same exact thing. And it's a 6-inch curb. But notice the flagpole area where they claimed where they found John's body. We can see it in the dash cam video, because I'm still trying to figure out why nobody saw this man getting out of the vehicle, walking toward the home, laying in the snow when the snow was not that piled up yet. Give me a break. Nothing to obstruct your view. No bushes in the way, no little trees in the way, absolutely nothing but snow.
Along this area I'm going right now, and it was like foot by foot. Remember, they each had a pole, or I shouldn't say a pole. They were each, some had a shovel, I think, and they were checking bit by bit as they moved along this part of the street. The street, again, not on the.
Now, see, he's telling you now about where they conducted the grid search. They went from, say, just beyond the mailbox back toward the flagpole area, and it started in the street and went up into the yard back toward the flagpole area, not going up toward the home. Remember that. Shit, every time
Lawn itself. And so at a certain point they ended up getting near the flagpole and stopping, and that's this weird area which they found, like a handful. There's a car just driving by with a Free Karen Reed placard. It was taking a picture of the.
They described it in court as a 6-inch berm. So y'all call it what you want. They described the curb as a 6-inch berm in court.
Scene. Anyway, they were found in this grouping of about 6 or 7 pieces in this 1-foot circle, and also the tennis shoe was found up against the curb right here.
So this is where they initially had found the original, the pieces we were shown in court so far, the clear piece and the red pieces, the little 7 to 8 or 6 to 7 pieces found total right here near this shoe. Again, nobody saw that shoe at all the following morning when Karen, Carrie, and Jen got back over there. 911 got called. They all leave, everybody starts leaving. Cops come there. Nobody sees this shoe laying over there that couldn't have been covered up in that much snow yet.
So all of that took place on the street, public street, within 3 or 4 feet of this curb, the curb right here. And remember, there was the snow building up. Let me back off a little bit to give you better context. The snow was being plowed from the middle of the street toward the curb. So that 3 to 4 feet that they used as their search zone had snow on it, plowed from the middle of the street onto that strip. So, and there's the fire hydrant, and there's the property dividing line is this series of trees here. So again, as you look back across that strip, they did a 60-foot stretch. And I've just paced this off. It's not official. I'm looking for the plat map to confirm. But it's probably closer to...
Sorry, I was on mute. That's a pretty good visual, too. I love to get a good visual of the area we're looking at, right? I deep dove. I know way more about Idaho and Delphi than I should as far as their areas, right? But you can't help it. You have to get a good visual to understand. I do anyway, and I think that's a good one because it does. Again, John's laying right there to the just outside that flagpole, right up there in that little area. Nothing to obstruct him, and we know now for certain how much snowfall was in the area that night and how much actually fell before 6 a.m. Or at least I do. I took notes.
80 feet from this property line here across the front to the property line on the other side, which is about where that light pole is. We'll head back that direction. But before we do that, I want to go over across and give you a sense of the...
Firefly, that house on the left there, that's the house with the camera.
Correct.
Yeah.
Where the Arlo camera was. This is the house right, not necessarily across the street. And you'll remember in Gallagher's testimony, he was a little pissy because he was suggesting, hey, you know, that house that at the time Deputy Chief Keller had the Ring camera or the Arlo camera.
That's where
Here's
Red
the front
Solo
porch.
Cup guy lived.
It's not right across from 34 Fairview. Well, you're right. It's not. It is not. If you look right across the street from this house, you're at the next door neighbor here at 32 Fairview. So technically that is correct. I think the bigger issue really is, why didn't you look at the damn footage? You know,
Firefly.
maybe we wouldn't even have an
Statue.
issue then if you're standing at that porch. And that porch is a little elevated. Remember I talked about this yesterday, how if the porch is a little bit elevated,
Okay. Oops. So I want
depending
to
on the location.
stop right there. See right here how that little piece of wall sticks out, right? I wonder how far out that camera can actually see. But like the guy said, he feels like you, Firefly. If we'd have got the damn footage, we'd know, right?
Of the camera, it's going to limit your view from that porch toward the street. So maybe it would see me now. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would see diagonally across the street over to 34 Fairview. Maybe it wouldn't. But if you look at the damn video,
That's
you got a
probably
better
too
chance
far
of
of
it
an
actually
angle.
helping.
Yeah, exactly. I take all that into consideration when I'm looking. Don't you think so, Dolphin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It may have seen now, somebody coming up in this area beyond that property line, maybe, but it's not going to see what went down in that front yard, I don't think.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. So where he's standing right now is maybe not even quite far as
Yeah.
Turtle Boy. He measured out the distance. That's what the trooper was saying that she backed up from. So
Yeah, I know.
you know,
Right in here. Yeah, that was testimony in court. They
Yep.
say her vehicle pulled up right near this area. This is the video's facing past that fire hydrant. It may have seen her at that point, but it wouldn't have seen her as she backed up out of its range. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, because most of those cameras have like 120 degrees or something like
Yeah.
that, field of vision. So,
Yeah, there was nothing on that camera that was going to be of evidentiary value, but they still should have taken it. I don't agree with not taking video cameras or any kind of footage from around a home where a scene has happened.
oh yeah.
Yeah. But they will never know because they
Hurting,
didn't look.
or at least
But you can go back and run a test right now and see what it could have seen.
answering
Just saying.
that question. So I was concerned about that. Thought it'd be worth taking a look again with that specific question and that testimony in mind. And again, if you got, and I don't care if it's Arlo, it's a Ring, whatever it is,
Oh yeah. I see.
unless we actually see the footage, we're not sure what would have been seen on that
So
overnight
that's like
period
what?
in January.
One house over, two houses over.
No, one is
Oh, okay.
next door across the street.
Mm-hmm.
So
Of
it turns back
2022.
around.
So
See,
just,
right
why
there
would
where that white car is,
Mm-hmm.
the house on the left by the fire hydrants, the 34 Fairview.
you not keep that footage? It makes no sense.
He's walking back
A
down
lot
there
of things
now.
in this case make no sense.
So it's pretty
Anyway,
distance
so
away.
walking back now across 34 Fairview to my left, flagpole, And this is the area that they searched. And they searched this 3 to 4 foot space so far, based on the testimony. We know there's plenty more to come because why? There are about 40 pieces more taillight that have not yet been found. So this is the area they searched. They're very meticulous. Took about 50 minutes for them to do that. That's when they found the 6 to 7 pieces of taillight. That's when they found the tennis shoe. And that was about it. So, and here's the fence that marks the other side of the property. Again, I think it's about 80 feet, give or take. So just thought it was worthwhile to take that look.
All right. That was a good visual, I thought, of just the area, because it's hard. In Firefly, he has another video that actually shows that where they meet up at the intersection, and, you know, he flashes his lights, Ricky at Karen, in that little concrete area you and I noticed, that it's shown visually pretty good in that other video.
You know, another thing to take into account is this was at night. If there was no movement in front of that camera too, it wouldn't have activated.
Triggered.
You know.
That's true. You have to take that into consideration. I just don't think that the camera would have shown a whole lot as to what happened in front of that house. Hell, the people who were witnessing what was going on outside the house don't even know what happened. Man, oh man. All right, they're still on break. Let me see. Like I said, guys, that was Justice Served TV. Butterfly beat me to it. My main mod there, she's got me. She dropped the link right into the chat for you guys. Y'all go make your own decisions about them. I have, like I said, watched a couple of things they've done lately, and I've enjoyed their take on things in the evenings. But I like the visuals. Okay, now the only thing about this ride from John's, okay, this guy, the same guy, he took a drive from Fairview over to John's, but Karen did a 3-point turn and turned around and went back the other direction. In this video, I think he continues straight toward John's. So now I'm wondering, is your time... Ooh, I don't know about the time. You know what I mean? It may be off a few minutes.
Fairview, right?
I'll just speed it up.
The SUV would have been parked right about here. There's the flagpole. There's the place where John O'Keefe's body was. Now we're going to head to One Meadows, okay? Now, I've never been there, but based on what we understand, the route from 34 Fairview to One Meadows was not traveled before by Karen Reed either. So the question here is, and the issue that seems to have arisen, is how long it would take for Karen Reed that night to drive from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows, where John O'Keefe lived and where the kids were there, right?
Okay, so I'm not going to take you through the whole drive because he went the wrong way to begin with. And I do appreciate the video, though. What I do want to look at is John O'Keefe's house. Okay.
It's earlier than, actually arriving at the location. Not crazy, like I'm not going to pick it up if I were here. But depending on the strength of the Wi-Fi router, yeah, you could pick it up maybe a half a block away. You know that because check
nice,
out
Sinead.
your
Okay.
Wi-Fi in your neighborhood. You open that thing up and you get your neighbor Freds, you get your neighbor Debbies, you get all kinds of folks that have Wi-Fi that you're picking up, and it's not at your house. So that does vary. Okay, so here we come. We're coming up on it very quickly. It is, where is it? I'm going to find it here. It is, hold on. It is right here. There's Meadows, and you would probably think that One Meadows is the first one, and doggone it, you'd be right. So, there we are, One Meadows, and it is 7.5 minutes for us. So, just a sense of what it might be like to make that drive under, quote, normal circumstances.
See you soon, Sinead.
It is playing. I can hear it here. Well, I'm not stop that. Probably.
Okay, he's going to talk to Melanie Little. Oh, that's that. Oh, it went to my next video. Hold on, I didn't mean for that to happen. It rolled into that dog expert guy I was telling you about. I wanted to stop it. I meant to stop it at John's house. And I'll drop the links. The videos are on their channel, guys, if y'all want to go watch that whole piece. But I just didn't want to watch him drive there. Because he says he does say when he got there, though, it took about 5 to 7 minutes to get there. Hold on, let me go back. Okay. Let me get the screen back up. They're still on the break. Okay.
And it is 7.5 minutes for us. So just a sense of what it might be like to make that drive.
But notice the thing I took away is the tightness of the area, right? In that driveway. This is where the cop pulls in and parks his car, and the dash cam sees the back of Karen Reed's car.
Under quote normal circumstances.
He doesn't drive like I wanted him to, like where you could see the whole driveway area. So, but it's still a good visual to take. But 5 to 7 minutes. So if you did a 3-point turn and went the other direction, I wonder how long it would have taken. But you also got to consider the driving conditions at that time. Could it have taken her a little longer? But how long it did take her to get from 34 Fairview to John's is important to the timeline because of her connecting to his Wi-Fi. How long would it have taken her to get over there, right? So if Julie Nagel claims she saw a blob on the lawn close to 12:30, that means Julie didn't see it at 12:30 when she went out to say bye to, brother, I don't need a ride. It was later when she left. I got to pinpoint that time, actually, what time Julie left with Jen. That's when she claims she saw a blob on the lawn, but nobody else noticed it. She never told anybody. It came out in testimony in the first trial. That part I've learned. Still, that timeline is a big thing. We got to know when she left there, right, and how long it took her to get home. Because would she have had time to hit this man and get home? I don't know. It's still sketchy timeline put together here. I still can't determine when that damn tail light got broken. All that matters in the big scheme of things. And I also want to hear from these other experts. I wish the prosecution would wrap it on up. It's like, I think I've heard enough from your people, but maybe not. So I cheated a little bit. And last night I was bored. I fell asleep. I woke up to make it to Joe's Live, and then I fell asleep again, and then I woke up again, and I was reviewing some stuff last night. So it came across my feed of Mr. Higgins testifying last time, and I was like, okay, I'm going to listen. And boy, did I listen. And wow, dude, you and Karen Reed, what were y'all doing with each other? How jealous did it go? I mean, how far did his jealousy go? There's some interesting things that took place between him and Karen Reed days before the death of John O'Keefe.
Such as?
Texting each other.
Mm-hmm.
Him getting a little frustrated when Miss Karen didn't want to respond, or when she wouldn't give him a flat out answer if she's interested or not, things like
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah. And then she started to ignore him. She ghosted his ass.
Oh.
And then she ghosted his ass that night at the bar too, when he was peacocking over there with the other Brian. And he texted her in the bar that night.
Mm-hmm.
Still trying to get her attention. She still ghosted his ass right there in the bar. And then Higgins is over there leaving this party before John O'Keefe arrives, allegedly, but is texting John at the same time saying, you coming? Coming for what? Higgins, you about to leave and go to the police station and do some fishy shit with your car and then go home and drink some more. Yeah, it was interesting testimony, Dolphin. I'm so curious to see him get on the stand now after seeing that. I was like, oh, that's going to be popcorn right there, right?
Sounds like it.
I don't think he'll be a cooperative witness when the defense gets up. I think he's going to be a very defensive man. He's got a lot of questions to answer, right? And the big one for me with Higgins is, when did you leave that house? Because I got two separate eyewitnesses right now, one claiming your vehicle was there, and another one at the same time claiming your vehicle wasn't there. That's really my only question left for Mr. Higgins.
I'd like to see his phone.
Yeah. Huh?
I'd like to see his phone.
Well, he don't have it no more.
I know.
Oh, Jesus.
He destroyed his phone, Dolphin. He got a new one, just took the SIM card out, destroyed it, and went to an air base to discard the phone, from what I understand.
Wait, is this the case where the guy said that the department was changing phones or issuing new cell phones? Okay, I do remember that from the first trial, because I saw a few days here and there.
Okay, so it was his state-issued phone?
I don't think so. I think it was his personal phone.
Okay, because I was about to say, you going to go destroy a work phone? That's
Why do you
odd.
destroy the SD card anyways? Like, what's the purpose of that?
Nobody does that. Nobody does that, right?
You just change the phone and they upload all your new info.
It's a check mark on the shady side. It's a check mark. That's all that is, another check mark on the shadiness of Mr. Higgins. Yeah, he's going to try to explain away his cell phone fiasco. I already know that's coming. I still want to know what time you left there, sir. That's
Well,
not
to me, it's such a coincidence that him and Albert did it the same day, and it's the day before they get the note,
Yeah, both Brians
so tell me they
destroyed their phones, right?
up by somebody at the police department,
Well, if you got two cops, Brian and Brian, both tearing up their phones, yeah, I think they might have been tipped off somebody's coming to talk to you.
Exactly.
Well, no shit, right? But so it's odd that the same day. Let me get the screen back up. They're coming back. The same day, both Brians destroyed their phones.
The jury's coming
Interesting.
over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
Yeah, text messages, y'all.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs.
Oh yeah, let's get down and dirty.
I thought you had
Got no drama in my own life. I can't take it here.
Would that fall out?
Thank you.
All rise to the court. Jurors entry.
Could they take? They're so slow sometimes.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Didn't they show that a few minutes ago, the right sneaker? He said it was the right one, the one that was found at Fairview.
Well, they want the one that was found at the hospital, though. So the one that was on John, right? That would be
Yeah,
left.
yeah. But he's
I don't know, they're confusing
he
it
just
here.
misspoke. He just misspoke. Is
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
I guess. The same shoe.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
Should be the
I'd
left.
move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those 2 items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Yeah, Dolphin, that's what I'm saying. That should have been the left shoe that came from the hospital, not the right shoe. Right shoe was found on scene. They're playing with somebody who's paying attention. Oh,
Could
wow.
you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
And how they did that shirt, y'all. I don't think I've ever seen such.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that's maybe approach briefing.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach briefing.
Oh, okay.
What now? That lady with the black hair is his wife. She testified first trial. Oh, so Firefly, that channel I was just showing you, the video from reviewed. Like I said, I've been watching their channel lately. They are the ones who are going to be interviewing Etsy, whatever her name is.
Oh, okay, cool.
So they have spoke to her, and apparently she's a supporter of the family. So I think you may be right that she's not related. It's a win for Firefly. She's like, finally, I'm vindicated. Damn it! But so we'll find out the deal, right?
He's just a huge free Karen Reese supporter. Yeah.
Maybe so. Like I said, we'll find out. Appears that way for right now, but we will find out more when they get that. I think it's going to be doing.
She's there today. They haven't really shown.
I think she's in the background. Yeah. So I don't know. They haven't said when they're going to air that yet, but we'll keep an eye on the channel and definitely take a look at that, because I know you and I are so curious. I'm very curious. Who's this chick? What is she doing? So I thought, I wanted to remember. I had a note to remember to tell you about that.
I thought so. Oh, okay, cool. I thought so, Dolphin. She said she rewound the stream, and it's the same shoe. Yeah. So they're saying both. This is the one found at the hospital, and this is the one found at the scene.
That's
so
what I said.
They need to clarify that.
They called it the right shoe both times, and the right shoe was the one found on scene, meaning the left shoe should have been the one on John's foot. He kept calling it the right shoe. Nobody set the record straight, but we know. Hopefully the jury didn't get confused over that one little thing. They shouldn't have let that get, that shouldn't make or break the case,
Well,
but
just now
it
they
wasn't
said, no, I
clarified.
know, but still little details like that drive me
That's
crazy.
what I
You can't
said. They
just,
should have clarified. The defense should have spoke up
exactly.
at that. That was the defense's job
Yeah.
right then to
Because
speak up and
they just
clarify. But
now said it was the one at the hospital, which would have been the one on his body still,
he
right?
should have been, okay, the first one he shown should have been the one from the curb. The second one he shown was the one from John O'Keefe's body, but he called it the right shoe. The right shoe was the one found on scene. Not, it should have been called the left shoe. Two separate shoes, though.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that
Yeah, he pulled the
may
wrong
seem
shoe
like
out
a
of the
waste
bag.
of
I
time
didn't,
to you, but it's
either way,
very,
he's
very
got it
important
wrong.
for
But
the
he
case.
should
So
have
we do
shown the shoe
appreciate
from
your
the hospital
patience.
because they do have it.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Again, the
Brennan.
defense should
Thank
have
you.
clarified and caught that shoe.
Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I am sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please. Good morning, Rage.
Since 89-94.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I want to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
It was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Thank you.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet, if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was...
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
So as you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With-
Exhibit 100.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court permission?
Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Those pieces weren't found where they say Karen's car hit John at. Keep that in mind. They're found further down. I'm on to you, buddy. Or your conspirators, maybe. Something sketchy. I'm so over that. Y'all just take your damn hands out and handle that evidence. Ain't nobody else going to.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
It should have been concerned with all that prior to collecting the evidence, not after.
Can I open it?
Please.
At this point, I'm over it.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the... Let me rephrase that.
Bad decision.
Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us... May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence or not. Thank you. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay.
With the...
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
No.
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay. And do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
Okay. What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
He lost 5 vacation days. That was what?
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Dan?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
What?
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Who does he hate?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
Who does Proctor hate?
Yes, sir.
That man. Yeah. Right, Dalton?
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
What was the date on that?
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Hang on, I don't know what's going on with that.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who?
Goodness, what's going on? Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull it right back up. Okay.
Did you lose connection?
It's up. Hold on. So I'm having a swamp signal issue, apparently. Nothing I can do about it, so I can't stress. But as for some reason, it's not wanting to play right this second. Hold on. I tried to refresh it. When I take it down, it works fine. When I go to pull it back up, it doesn't. So I don't know what's going on. Had good internet this whole thing, through this whole thing. Today it's going to aggravate me.
You can always rewind. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm not. There's nothing I can do about it, right? I'm not missing much. They're just going over damn specifics about bullshit. Okay. Still ain't wanting to play. And nothing else is on in this. Oh, wait. Maybe. Okay, now let's see. There's nothing else here on Wi-Fi but this computer. Every time I go to share screen, I got an issue. Sorry, guys. If for some reason I can't get it to play, we'll shut down and go view it, elsewhere and meet back up later. But for some reason, it's not wanting to work. So I'm trying to get it back up. So I want to hear the defense come at this guy a little bit. I already get the gist of I'm done with the prosecution side of it now. He wanted to touch on a few things he knows the defense is going to hit on. So he brought that shit right on out. Look, see? God dang it. All right, here we go. I should get a better look at that tail light through all this.
There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
What just happened?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Did you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight
It
lens.
certainly is.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Right there.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Was it found in John's yard?
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please?
It was one large piece dolphin and several other smaller plastic pieces.
Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
105.
Thank you. Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the counsel sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Okay, you have to go back and watch all the videos and look at both sides of her taillights, not just the one. Don't focus on just the right. Look at the left, too, to get a good visual of what it should look like compared to what it looks like broken, right? And you can see when the white light illuminates where red should be. I still don't know. She cracks the lens, it looks like, when she hits John's car. So if the piece falls off in John's driveway, they should found it there, not over at Fairview. So they still got to show me how people tampered with this taillight lens in the Sally Port, to get that evidence they went over there and planted. Huh.
Right, but loading onto the tow truck, you can only see
that's
the
what
right
we're talking
side.
about.
You can only see the right side.
I know. I'm watching all the videos they played, though.
Yeah, that's
this
true.
morning.
Back
This
to
morning,
back.
what did we see this morning, Firefly? It looked like there was broken tail light. Now I'm just trying to
There's a chunk
evaluate
out.
it.
Yeah, there's a little chunk.
Yeah, I'm just looking, and then you have to go back, and I'm going to go back and look at the timestamp on the officer's dash cam because there's a broken tail light. And that was earlier in the day before the cops ever arrived to Dighton. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of that in my mind. That's where I'm at. I'm figuring out the time.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to tell because of the snow, but yeah, it does look like a little caved-in area there.
I mean, I'm just going by the same pictures everybody else is seeing. We went over that one. Clearly, it looked like a missed large piece. I still don't know what had happened or how it got there.
CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look and recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier, and then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style, cocktail glass with a lime in it, and a straw to go along with it.
927, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming. So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Is this supposed to show her slamming back those doubles? Because it's not. What are we doing? She ordered 2 drinks and shot and put one in another.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Okay, that's the first time I saw her take a drink. I mean, I know she was drunk. That's not the
This
thing.
is
Like, we know.
That's why they're showing this video. That's the whole purpose, to show you how much she already poured the double shot into the glass. And now they were just waiting on her to get that glass.
Next video, please.
And show you. Like you said, we already know, right? We know.
This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Here we go again. Again, she's not slamming them back. She's just steadily drinking.
Yeah, she's there to socialize like everybody else. And put a few back.
Doing what everybody else in the bar is doing.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Well, that is a lot
Could we
in
proceed to
45
the next
minutes.
screen, please?
I know. Karen Reed herself has
10:09
told me
PM.
how much she drank. That's where I'm getting my information on how much she drank that night. This is all pointless to me. Oh, it needs to be shown. But yes, she drank. She herself
Here the
herself said I was
defendant
making
speaks with the bartender and gestures
ordering
that she wants
shots
a
and
shot.
adding it. Because it was weak. Her words, not mine.
The objection is sustained. I'll strike that.
Is Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Okay. Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Your Honor, object to the last comment.
Okay, I'll strike that.
The next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide.
Nice.
And this
So
is
I'm going to actually see counsel on this.
Bev's getting hungry. We have a hangry Bev. And dude, you're dragging this out because your long video to show me how much Karen Reed drank is pointless to me.
Yeah, this is all pointless. It doesn't show anything.
It just shows how much alcohol she consumed. I'm pretty sure she's come out on social media and mainstream media and held numerous interviews and said exactly how much she was drinking. So for me to sit here and say Karen Reed wasn't drunk, blah, 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 blood alcohol. She was drunk. She told me she was. Out of her mouth.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. Here's closing notebooks. Follow me.
I ain't closing my notebook, dude. That's against my religion, the salty religion. We don't close the notebook. Even once the case is closed, it may remain open for a hot minute. Okay. Guys, they are at lunch.
Yeah.
I was getting caught up on the chat here, looking at stuff.
Man, I knew we weren't going to get to cross yet.
Oh, I knew that would be after lunch. It's
going to be all afternoon, I guarantee it.
Well, I hope so. That's
Yeah.
the whole point of being here. I don't mind. I'm good to go until dinner time, and then I might have some, and then I might need a nap. So I'm not even gonna lie, but I'm ready for it. Get on with the business because I still got serious questions here, and so the jury should as well. No, Jesse.
Oh no!
Hold on. No, Jesse, slide in here. Oh God, we stopped it just in time. Oh my goodness, my goodness. Yeah. Y'all, let's just hope the jury's smart enough to pick up on those opinions and just ignore that shit like we do. I've tuned so much of this hoopla out. It's not even funny. I can't focus on the hoopla when I'm trying to focus on the damn evidence. You know what I mean? I do got to go back and review some videos, though, because they are clearly starting to show videos of this car, which I needed to see more of. I want to see good video of that SUV before it arrives at Sallyport, since everybody on social media has been telling me for a year that somebody in that Sallyport busted that taillight lens up, collected up the pieces, and went in. I'm not afraid to talk about it because that's what's being alleged. That is what the defense alleges. Somebody in that Sallyport busted up that taillight and took those pieces out there and planted them as evidence. If they can prove John O'Keefe's injuries were caused by something other than a vehicle, then every piece of evidence they have found has been planted.
Well, at the most, what we've seen is a little corner piece of that tail light missing, but how is the
A
majority of
corner
it
piece.
missing? Yeah.
Um, it's a pretty good chunk missing in a couple of those pictures. But like I said, I got to go back in because I've sat here for 12 days now, all day, reviewing everything presented in this court case so far. And I've seen other images besides what was just shown today. So I have to go back through my notes and compare the timestamps, especially the video of the cop who gets there for the well check. That's important to me. So I'm going to go back and look at those and look at all the times on those. What do you got, Dolphin?
I was trying to look at these photos. I found an article on Boston25news.com,
Hmm.
and there it's the SUV sitting in front of the house, like later.
Yeah.
Um, and the damage that's kind of like above, well above the tail light. It's kind of right underneath the windshield wiper. To
Yeah.
me, this damage looks, um, I don't know, it looks like somebody did it. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like it came from something because there's scrapes in here too. There's like some gouges, like maybe somebody hit this with something, and then there are
That's
like
the allegation.
scrapes.
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
allegation is by the defense, somebody busted that light out of the sally port, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's
Yeah.
yeah, and took it. So, but when the cop shows up on scene at the
Mm-hmm.
well check on the kids, that image right there shows there's something different about that tail light already. There's a large piece missing. Now, like I said, I got to go back and review the time on that because my notes are extensive, guys, and that's my fault for not sitting down at night trying to or pinpoint my times better. But I'm tired at night, so it is what it is. But I got massive amounts of notes. But I need to figure out what time they're showing me that image and then compare it to the other ones and then get my pictures side by side and look. If you have some you can present, we'll pull them up. But I don't have any pictures loaded to look at right this second. And in fact,
Oh, yeah.
I'd have to actually, I could probably pull my pictures
Oh,
up.
I'm muted. Hey, so hey.
Oh,
Also, I think she's talking about the dent too. There's like a tiny little like a
the
dent and
white,
a
the white,
scratch.
the white marks.
I think this state is alleging that he
That's the
had the
rock glass.
cocktail glass in his
Mhm.
hand, and
It's
No way
exactly.
in hell a
well,
I know.
that's
glass
what
did
they're alleging.
this.
Yeah.
That's what they allege.
Mm-hmm.
So far they allege that whole entire tail lens was damaged when she hit O'Keefe on the scene, and they claim that those marks and that dent were caused by the cocktail glass, the broken cocktail glass on the ground that they found. That's what they're alleging
Well,
caused that.
Dolphin, wait till you see their crime
Yeah.
scene reconstructionist. Then you'll understand why they came to that conclusion. All
To
right.
what conclusion?
Oh, Jesus.
That
That it
cocktail glass made that mark.
made the mark. The only way it could have if it was in the right hand and he was kind of like, I don't know. If she hit his
Wait, which
arm,
arm was it? That
the
it
right
was his
arm,
right
Right arm.
arm?
right arm. So he would have had to been standing behind the vehicle. In my mind, kind of like maybe at an angle. I don't know because she apparently backed up pretty good bit before she hit him. I guess she wasn't using her onboard backup camera at all. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So she backs up into him. When she does, she's hitting that right arm, which is holding the rock glass,
Mm-mm.
causing
Mm-mm.
damage to his arm.
And the
Rock glass
glass ended
damage
up
to the car.
perpendicular to the car
Mm-hmm.
in the okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of stuff I'm saying. Like, yeah.
Well, where the body and the glass and all landed, they were pretty close together. I'm not an accident reconstructionist, but I know enough to know that the car hit it. It could have thrown the body a little bit. Where it landed and how, what I, the only thing they don't have yet is that one shoe. They finally found his hat. Most stuff is right there by him. Still doesn't put him that far off the road. If you go look at the images of the actual home again, you can see how far up into the yard the body was found, right? But it's still, I don't know when this taillight was allegedly tampered with, and for me to buy into the conspiracy, they have to make that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm weighing evidence right now in my brain. Yeah, I don't know. Do you got some images ready, Dolphin, or do I need to go pull some
I
up?
was gonna ask a question, but I forgot
Go
what it
ahead. Oh,
was.
sorry.
About the
Shit.
light.
Um. Oh, is there a video? Is there do do either one of you know if
Let me
there's
see.
like a link for just the ring cam video from his house, her hitting his car,
Oh gosh, it's out on the internet
his
somewhere on
SUV?
YouTube. It's on YouTube somewhere. It's everywhere. Let me see.
Because this is the thing. Let me share my screen. Let's see.
Of her backing into his car, you mean?
Yeah, of her backing into his car, SUV, whatever that is. Because this is what I was trying to tell you when I was typing to you. Firefly is when she backed up into it, she backed up squarely on that right corner tail light, right? And, so nowhere near where this damage, like these scratches
No,
and gouges, was near his car. So that came from something else, right? And I'm just like the way that I'm looking at this, and it literally looks like somebody took like a crowbar or something and like hit it a few times and then dragged it down and like these scratches. Because I'm like, this glass, again, I don't care what kind of a cocktail glass it was or whatever, it's not going to dent and gouge and scrape away the paint like that,
no.
and also have all these straight line scratches, all in one quick hit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
it's
we
such a
agree.
small object.
Yeah,
It's just
they.
like, mm-mm.
Yeah, I didn't buy it when they were trying to describe it in court as to what happened. Like I've been here every day, all day, um, and they're not. It doesn't make sense that the glass would cause that sort of damage, that much damage, right? I don't even know if it would cause a nick if it broke as it made contact.
And are
So
there any other dents on the back of her car, or any
I
dents
don't
as
anywhere?
think
far as I
so.
know, no, that's the only two. I got some video
Hey,
here of Ashley Banfield's
I was
show.
just gonna say that is like 5 minutes of News
Is
Nation.
that the one you got? Yes, ma'am. We are on
Oh,
Oh,
the
okay.
same
Yeah,
okay.
put
page.
that
Okay,
up. I want to see that because
let me pull. I'll pull it up. Let me
I've been
get it.
sitting here looking at the photos and
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 they
that
just
video and yeah, and
and they
when
have
they
some
put it on the tow
commentary,
truck.
so this should
Oh,
be
okay.
good.
Okay, let's see. Oh, damn it, man. No, don't do that to me.
Wait,
No,
did I? I think I
that's all right.
muted it. Oh
I was
no.
Yeah.
taking pictures.
I don't know what's going on out here in the country today with the internet.
Is it the weather? Because it's kind of
No, I
rainy
got
here.
beautiful weather. It's
Oh,
not rain. They say we got
Reed
weather
is the
coming this
financial
afternoon.
analyst and the college
Okay.
professor who's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a longtime Boston police officer.
I get
Happened
it,
back
Rachel.
in January of 2022, and ever since
I
then, the
understand.
investigators have been building their case against her. But the doubters have been getting louder and louder. The investigators say that she backed over her boyfriend after a drunken argument and then left him to die in a snowbank outside of a house party. But Reed's defenders say the evidence does not add up. They say the victim's injuries aren't even the kind you get from vehicle impact, and they claim the investigators planted evidence at the scene, evidence like fragments of a broken taillight from Reed's SUV.
See the side
None of
piece?
those defenders
yeah.
is more convinced than that of my next guest. Sean McDonough is a retired DEA supervisory special
Oh
agent
no.
who's investigated
This is
this
not the
case
Chris McDonough, though.
on his own
Oh, that's
pretty much
right. You're
full
right.
time
This is
for
that other
a
guy.
year now.
Yeah. This is
He
the
says
guy
he
that
can
believes
prove
in
that
her.
I go
Karen
into
Reed's taillight was completely intact
Remember, this is that
after
guy.
the alleged hit and
Yeah.
run happened.
Okay.
Take a look at this video from the doorbell cam. It was taken at 5:03 a.m. And 5:03 a.m. is hours after Reed and O'Keefe parted ways. And you can see right there in the circle that Reed's taillight is right where it's supposed to be on her Lexus SUV. I want to welcome to the program Sean McDonough. Sean, that video is sort of jaw-dropping. It's kind of like the Perry Mason moment, and I wonder if the prosecutors have it, and if they do, how do they explain it?
Actually, first of all, I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for covering this. I'm so happy you led with the first picture. The first picture is what the prosecution wants the jurors to believe. Look, that taillight looked like at 12:32 a.m. after John was allegedly hit by Karen Reed. In this video, which is 4.5 hours after Karen allegedly hit John, that light right there has absolutely no wires, no LEDs. All the red is completely gone, which means no red would be reflective, right? There would be nothing illuminating. At 5:03 to 5:08, you see her back in. She cracks the backup light onto Officer John O'Keefe's Traverse, which is behind there. See those tire tracks? She goes in at an angle. which means she definitely made contact with that side light that comes out 5 inches. We documented this. And see right there, that tire on John's car moves forward. It didn't go backwards. So the angle directs the motion of the vehicle when it got struck.
Yeah, she definitely hit it. You can see
So
the car
when
move.
as that video continues on, if you keep going with that video a little bit more, it's completely intact. And this is how it all came about. The lead detective, Michael Proctor for the Mass State Police, this is how I found it. In his affidavit, he said the taillight, the right rear taillight, right side, was shattered and a large piece missing. And I said, wait a minute. The 2 witnesses told him that there was a crack. And we analyzed this back and forth, and we let the video play all the way through. I went to Lexus dealerships. They told me not only do they have, it's a polycarbonate plastic, one of the hardest plastics you can have. The law of physics, but there you go, right there. See all that red? In the final picture where the prosecution is saying this is how it ends up, it's no way. So polycarbonate plastic, very hard. 6,500 pounds going into a 220-pound male human will topple him over. It will not crack up the taillight in 37 plus pieces. Absolutely impossible. Mistake number 1, they did not know this video existed when they did this crime scene later in the night. This video came about 2 days later. So when they made the
again, just listen, I've got only 30 seconds left, but I've got to ask you, you've been in this business a long time. How are the prosecutors going to explain this away? Because I guarantee you what you have, defense attorneys will use.
Oh, they have it all. They have that and more. I don't know how they intend to convince a jury of 12 that that car hit John O'Keefe. There is no way.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, so listen, we're only at the tip of the iceberg on this case.
Dolphin, sorry, that wasn't the whole video like I know we'd like to review, so I'll try to find it. But yeah, I know we like looking at the whole thing. So
what else was there to it? Because I mean, it did show her backing up.
It shows a little bit of her. When she pulls away and she the bright lights are pressed, it almost looks like white lights up a little bit, but because of the camera and she's further away, it's really hard to tell. You know what I mean? It's really super hard to tell.
So, but here's the thing though, didn't he say that the LEDs were not working?
No, he didn't say
and
that.
he said that the leads and the LEDs weren't working?
It said it didn't have that hanging out, he said it didn't have wires and didn't have LED lights. He didn't say anything about them not working. That's what he said. Because they didn't have lights and they didn't have.
Can I get the link to that video real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I can play it again, but I'll send it to you. Let me hang on.
Okay, yeah, or you can play that part again because he said something about the LEDs and the leads.
That's the second time we've reviewed that piece here.
I know it's the first time I've heard it, and I missed that part.
He didn't say. Yeah, I'm just saying he just said that it didn't have those 2 items. Let me grab it. Hold on. Where'd it go? Ashley. Stop. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to get to it again. All right. Where's my... Oh. Okay, here he comes. Okay, I'm getting it right back to the right spot so we don't have to watch the whole thing. Here we go. Let me pull him back up and we'll listen to him.
Detective Michael Proctor for the Mass State Police, this is how I found it. In his affidavit, he said the taillight, the right rear taillight, right side, was shattered and a large piece missing. And I said, wait a minute. The 2 witnesses told him that there was a crack. And we analyzed this back and forth, and we let the video play all the way through. I went to Lexus dealerships. They told me not only do they have, it's a polycarbonate plastic, one of the hardest plastics you can have. The law of physics, but there you go, right there. See all that red? In the final picture where the prosecution is saying this is how it ends up, it's no way. So polycarbonate plastic, very hard. 6,500 pounds going into a 220-pound male human will topple him over. It will knock the taillight in 37 plus pieces. Absolutely impossible. Mistake number one, they did not know this video existed when they did this crime scene later in the night. This video came about 2 days later. So when they made the
so
decision,
again, just listen. I've got only 30 seconds left, but I've got to ask
Didn't go
you.
back far
You've been in
enough.
this business.
Sorry.
Officer John O'Keefe completely gone
There we go.
4.5 hours after Karen
No.
allegedly hit John. That light right there has absolutely no wires, no LEDs. All the red is completely gone, which means no red would be reflective.
See? He just says it doesn't have
What does
them.
he mean, no wires and no LEDs?
I'm assuming no wires hanging out, or does it not have a? I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah,
I didn't
because
understand.
that's why I wanted to hear it again, because that's what I was
Yeah.
like, wait a
I
minute.
didn't understand it the first time he said it, and I gave up trying to decipher what he meant by that the other day, and I was like, huh, that was
Did it
weird. Yeah.
supposedly fall out when
No,
it
they're
fell?
attached. I mean, the
No,
wiring
these things
harness
are
is, yeah,
the whole
it's a
thing. It's a
wiring
How
whole
would it,
harness.
assembly.
then where would it
Like,
go?
let me just say this really quick. So my lens cover broke just like that, or the whole thing fell off. When I was trying to replace it, I either had to buy this whole entire thing, the corner and the back, all in one piece again
Yeah.
together, or did what I did is I went to a place called Pull Apart, a salvage yard, and I, kept looking every time I found like, the right range of year and, model, and I finally found one and I took it and glued it on. But yeah, this is usually one whole big piece
Yeah,
that
my
comes
son and
together.
my son and my son-in-law, they do this stuff all the time for part of their jobs, and it's a whole piece. You have to replace the whole. There's a wiring harness in there as well, where they all connect together the wires. So
Hmm.
if there were wires present, they would just be hanging. They wouldn't fall out. Right? They're connected inside there to other wirings on the wiring harness.
Hmm.
So I don't know what he meant by that statement. So
Yeah, see, that's what I was confused
yeah,
about.
Mm, yep.
I don't know if he.
So because the
I don't
light was
know if
still
he meant.
working.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant there would be exposed, or he would expect exposed wire. I don't know what he meant by it.
No, I
You
don't
know.
think he. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
the
know what he meant.
with the because the bulb and all that, the wires would have been way behind that.
Yeah, I know. They're attached through the wiring harness and all of that, but he just said wires. I don't know why he said the wires. I couldn't make any sense out of it either, um, as to why he would say something foolish.
Mm.
Trying to find the actual whole video of the home, and I know other channels. Let me go find some channels I know have that shit. Um, Hold on. Type something in here.
I mean, I know what rear lights look like. I've had to replace them myself too. So
Yeah.
but I just, yeah, what he said didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, did they?
I don't know. He may talk like the Gonzalez's, just speak in tongues, and he didn't get out all his words. I don't know what he meant.
Well, then she cut
Can
him
I share my
short
screen
too.
while you're looking for
Yeah.
that other thing real
Let
quick?
me pull it up. All right, go for it. Yeah, that's when they took the car over for the jurors, either the first trial or the second one. I can't remember. They took them both times, but that's where that image is from.
Yeah, so they've removed this whole right part out then at
Yeah.
this point. But I don't see any dents here.
No, the only one is the white marks above the light, where they
So
said,
that doesn't make any sense because if you hit a person, there should be something else somewhere in
Yeah, it'll
here,
dent the car, of course.
yeah, that's
you
what we.
know.
Of course.
And
Exactly.
then let's
It'll
see.
dent the car before it's going to shatter the
Well,
polycarbonate
these
pipe.
cars aren't made to dent that easily. Okay, keep that in mind. I'm not saying I should see a bunch of damage back here, but this cracked taillight, busted taillight situation, and these scratches don't prove anything to me.
Yeah. Um what do you call it? So yeah, this is right here underneath the windshield wiper,
Yeah.
right? So when you zoom in on this, like they've zoomed in on this, look at this. Look
Yeah,
at these scratches.
I know.
This looks like somebody took a crowbar or something and like literally, or like a tire iron and the end of it and like hit it.
It doesn't look like a rock glass that just broke could gouge it that deep and that bad.
And in this many directions
And
too?
then that right.
That's
Also,
stupid.
It broke in half. You could see where it broke. They've shown the glass in court already.
I'd like them to take a model of somebody John O'Keefe's height and stand there next to that car and see if the arm even lines up to the light.
Because, well, yeah, like right here, imagine. So if he's getting hit by this, right? Imagine he's standing sideways. His right arm is this way, right? And he's, the right side of his body is lined up, parallel to this trunk, right? And he's looking over here, right? If he got hit, and the guy is tall, so he has long arms, right, too, right? So this, from the light to this, is not that long. His arm is longer than that. You know what I mean? Comes over further than that. So even if okay, let's say it's bent or whatever, it's like, no, that's stupid. This is crazy. I can't believe that they're trying to actually sell this.
And I don't think those would have been caused from the bump up against John's car because the vehicles didn't make metal to metal contact like that.
No, and yeah, well, she hit him over here, like completely, like over in here. This side of the car never touched his.
It wouldn't have caused big scratches like that without causing dents.
Right, but it didn't touch him. They just corner to corner.
Exactly. That didn't occur when
this was nowhere near his car.
No, and not at all. So it didn't occur at that point, but it looks like you said, someone's gouged it.
This bothers me. Yeah.
It bothers me too. There's a hole there, and these marks don't match up to a rock glass. How many of y'all? I've never done it, but I've just visioned a woman throwing a rock glass, or the guy throwing. You know how people throw beer bottles at cars or something. Still, even that.
That's like one mark.
Exactly.
Where it hits impact and that's it.
Deep.
Bounces off or whatever.
And it looks like, I mean, I get snowy effects, rust and all that. And they had it up in the Sally Port and all, but there's just, those marks don't look like they could have been caused by damn rock glass. He wasn't holding, no. It just doesn't look like it. So that's going to be interesting to have.
They said he was bent over when he was hit in the first.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like he was bent over, which would explain.
That would have put damage lower, though.
Exactly, I know. So I'm still waiting on more evidence to come in. You see what I'm saying? Because I've heard both things. I've also heard John O'Keefe's shoe was found all the way up near the gate to the back of the house, but turns out it was found near the curb at the street.
Well, wait, if he was bent over, his arm would outstretch even further out, though, right?
Yeah,
so if his arm was even outstretched, what if it was closer into his body? I still don't buy a rock glass did that.
I just can't figure. It just makes no logical sense to me at all.
I mean, there's still a chance she backed into that guy, but bust the taillight, because like the guy said in the piece, we already have two witnesses, Carrie and Jen, stating Karen had a cracked taillight. Neither one of those lying Nellies have said she had a whole piece gone. They both said cracked. When Karen pointed it out to them, look, I've got a cracked taillight. I'm already running around hollering, could I have hit him? Now I got a cracked taillight on top of that. But those ladies never said, well, there was giant chunk missing.
Yeah.
When did that giant chunk go missing? That's the question. That places it in the Sally Port for somebody in there to do this damage to the back of the car and bust that light. And that's exactly what the defense is accusing happened. So there you go. They just got to get us to believe that that's the case right there. So how are they going to prove it, right? The fact that, so this guy that just testified with the text message exchange, Proctor's supervisor.
Yuri.
So he got in trouble. Yeah, so he is the one who had some improper text exchanges with Proctor as well. And I know what people are alleging, Proctor's the one that went in there and busted his taillight out. Proctor's the one that planted the evidence. That's why Proctor's key to the conspiracy case, right? Not these other people, even the weirdo cop that testified a minute ago, Yuri, with his guy doing weird text messages, and he got in trouble, got the 5 days, vacay taken away, got a couple little, don't do that agains, but shady investigation, there's your plant. You got Proctor on your team now. So who was responsible for busting up that taillight and putting all those pieces out there? That's where I got to get to next. That's why I got to pull that picture back. I got to find that. Let me see if I can.
What were you looking for? Yeah,
Well, I'm
I
talking
don't remember
about
what you were looking for.
I can pull up the live from yesterday or the day before and pull it up, but I just don't feel like
That's a
looking
good
for it
question,
right now.
Butterfly. He only read the one text where he's like, "I hate that guy so much." That was
What guy was he
Proctor.
talking about?
Who was he talking about? I
They'll
don't
get to,
know.
they'll get to more text messages eventually,
I
guys.
see.
The
I
rest
thought
of that,
they were
He
gonna
said
read the
something
whole
about
bunch of
somebody's
text.
client.
he was talking about Karen Reed when he said the client.
That guy. I hate that guy so
And then he
much.
says, I hate that guy, that guy. Who the hell's that guy?
Would have
And
been
why
John, right?
I don't know. Why would Proctor hate John? They got
Why?
beef?
Who else would it be? Like maybe
I
it's
have no
Albert.
clue.
Maybe it's Brian Albert. I
Maybe
don't
it's
know.
Albert. That's what I'm saying. I don't know yet until they get
Yeah.
further into them. The defense will
Yeah, we
tear
didn't
those.
get proper context of what they were talking about. I
Well,
mean, I get
remember, the
sort
defense
of.
is not the one presenting the case right now. The prosecution is. So the prosecution's
Yeah.
need. The
Oh, yeah,
prosec-
because defense will make them read the whole thing. Like Proctor read all the text, like
Why
all
do
the
you
shit.
think the prosecution just brought up the text exchange between him and Proctor to get ahead of it?
Yeah, yeah.
They had to get ahead of it and go ahead and
Yep, you're
answer
right.
to that and explain why he got in trouble, how he got in trouble, what his punishment was,
To
because
try
the
and give it
defense is coming.
context. Yeah.
Defense is coming hard in a minute, and he comes in hot when he's ready. I'm here for it. So I'm paying attention to what all these I'm not getting lost. Like, I know everybody
Oh,
had an
he knew
issue.
who he was texting. I know Butterfly. He says he didn't know, but if he knew damn
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
you damn well know he
you
knew.
know.
You notice he didn't read anything he
He's like, I'm not sure who this was.
wrote.
Oh, come on now.
And he's on this work phone. He's got to read those intimate work text messages now and show the world how
He's not
unprofessional they
fooling
were.
anybody.
Because they were talking about nudes. He said no nudes. Proctor says no nudes. I'm assuming they meant of Karen Reed. Because we
Yes.
already know Proctor got in
They're
big
going through
trouble.
her phone.
Yeah, Proctor's already gotten fired for his nasty little text messages all over the place in Canton. Okay,
Yep.
the man's already lost his job. This guy just got a little 5-day vacay takeaway.
That's nothing, too. That's
No,
like a
it's
week's
not.
pay. That's a week's
It's
pay,
not.
right, basically.
But why you got all this? I'm still like I told you, I got a list of the conspirators going because they're not all the whole damn town. Just some of them are just stupid and playing along. Some got roped in and didn't realize it. Some just became part of it because they felt like they were obligated. Okay. There's two stories to tell here. Which one is the most believable? I'm not making up stories. I'm just following their damn stories. I got to pull the stream up and make sure that we don't, that I still got a good feed. And I will be over at Shorty's on Saturday night. As far as I know, we are still a go for that so that we can get a recap on where we sit as jurors now. Because, she went through the whole first trial.
Oh,
so
shit.
I go over there and give her my after the 12-day period, see where I sit with the case at this point.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll be
Yeah.
very, very interested in hearing.
Oh, it's fun because she'll bring up, she's got the clips ready to go of certain testimony.
I
that's
know. I
important.
missed when she was off for her 10 days because she did like the updates every night.
Yeah, well, she didn't get, well, the trial started later than it was supposed to. So she didn't get her full 10 days in. But when I go over there, she'll have clips from each witness we can go over and talk about. But I know when you guys have issues with them opening up evidence on the witness stand, all the gloves, I was focused on trying to get him through all that shit to get onto the testimony, right? Because I'm trying to focus on the testimony. And when they talk about dumb shit, I just ignore it for a minute until they get to the real stuff. Some of that don't matter to me. I don't care where you work for 10 years and all that backstory stuff.
Yeah.
There's Miss Shorty's link in the chat, guys. If you haven't subbed up or went over there and checked her out, you're welcome to go do so. She may be in another channel right now. She may be on her way to work. She's on a whole different schedule than me. All right, so let me monitor. Let me get this phone on so I can monitor the feed on the side. And I need to get...
I gotta go in a bit.
Okay. I'll be here every day till Karen Reed is over. Oh, I forgot to do. Oh, I'm so silly right this moment. Good Lord. Okay, now cooking. Yeah, I can't remember. I got to get my notes out because I need to sit down tonight and really highlight and write down a bunch of really important times that things were supposed to be happening. Because some of those times do, even like the cell phone lady, when she got up there, she's contradicting when John's phone continued to record and move and have activity. There's discrepancies there as well. There's a lot more to piling up than just the headlight. You know what I mean? But they want me to believe it was busted in Sallyport. Then I know Higgins, you and several others had full from non-Canton Police Department people had full access to that department, except for the armory and the evidence room. Thank God. But you had full access to the Sallyport. I know that.
When are they coming back from lunch? I'm sorry.
I don't know. They said 40 minutes. What's the matter?
Oh, I just want to go get something to eat.
Well, go eat. Go eat while you got time.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
I grabbed my lunch right before their lunch. I usually do. I try to go make my lunch the night before, get it ready so I can just grab it before they go to lunch. But you guys go right ahead. Everybody who needs to go take some lunch, go. What is this? How is this new video? Lord, I should not have turned on my YouTube to the YouTube streets on my phone by accident.
One.
I'll send it to you, and you.
Okay.
I don't know what it is yet, so don't. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, Dolphin. Let's see. It said. It
Yeah,
says.
no, I've already eaten. I just looked at the time and Pipsqueak's got a 3 o'clock vet appointment.
Oh, you gonna try to get her some medicine to help her stay calm while you're gone?
No, this is just a follow-up appointment from her appointment last week. Skin allergies.
Oh gosh, those are never fun.
Mm-mm.
Where are you at in my? Oh my God, what happened to Dolphin? It's like you're gone out of my chats all of a sudden.
I'll just do it through Discord, just on the side. On the server. You just click on me on the side.
Yeah, it's not showing you at all right there. Oh, hang on. What are you doing? Here, I know where I'm going to put it in the proper place for review. Here we go. Okay. Idaho 4 channel. If that's new video, I want to see it, so we need to find it if it is. Otherwise, it's nothing burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that? Jesus, you see what I'm saying? I'm going
to yeah, plus,
proceed with caution. Red alert, red alert. Proceed
I've
with
never
caution.
been a fan of the Linda Lane footage anyway, but yeah.
Oh, well, the Linda, that's not Linda Lane. That's 1112 King Road. I don't know what it is. Linda Lane footage is not fake. I know you've never probably reviewed it, or I've looked at it so many times. Linda Lane's what it is. It shows that white suspect vehicle one over there circling its prey.
Yeah, it's not the video I have a problem with. It's the audio that I had a problem with.
I don't listen to the audio.
Yeah.
I don't listen to. No, I watched the one that doesn't contain all that crazy audio shit.
So I'm just saying when everybody was reviewing it for like a week or so at a time, I was just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna wait until it comes out in court.
No, there's actual plenty of it out there without all their wacko commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one that Firefly and I always review. We don't listen to what other people say about it. When literally you can see it for yourself. Yeah, all that craziness. We're not watching, and I don't participate in that crazy. Not that kind of crazy. No, Rachel, I haven't yet. I don't venture off into her docket too often. I'll let Joe take the lead on that one. So if there's one there, Joe will have it, and I'll figure it out. I've let him. And I haven't been on Twitter all day to my usual sources to troll around, so there may be. I haven't go checked my sources lately today to see what's out there on the universe. Okay. All right, I'll check that out later to see if it's actually anything new or not, or if he's just pulling everybody's leg with his little catchy little titles.
The latter.
Oh, I know already. Trust me. That dude, he tried to make nice with me a few weeks ago. Like, oh, what are you doing? No.
I'm back. What are y'all talking about now?
I just dropped a video into the Idaho 4 channel. Just had it because curiosity killed the cat. I don't know what it is yet. It says it's new video, but we'll see. I don't have time to review it right now. What, are you laughing at me or are you reviewing the video?
I'm looking at it. It's only a minute and
Oh my
16
God.
seconds.
Clickbait alert. Clickbait alert. All right, Joe, so I've got the doc. Megan and I are reviewing it tonight. Okay, yeah. Are you going to do it on your channel? 17-page response to Lori's last motion about...
Oh, you guys are talking about Lori.
Yeah, there's a new document. I know you don't care. Okay, 17-page response into the last one filed by Lori wanting a new trial. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Let us know about it later when you get it all pinned up and ready to go. Yeah, Lori's trying to get a new trial.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say I don't care. I just, I thought you guys were talking about Idaho at first. And then I was like, oh, yeah,
Oh,
you
I was
guys are
telling
talking
her,
about
yeah, then they
Lori.
jumped to, a new document filed. I know you don't follow the case like that. That's what I meant. So it's not one you care about. There's ones I don't care about. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean it bad. I just meant I know you don't follow that case like a lot of people in chat does.
Yeah, no, I don't follow that or Delphi. I know those are the two popular ones that everybody's kind of still hanging on to.
No,
Well,
Delphi.
Lori still has active cases, though, right?
Lori has active cases. I am over the Delphi case. I don't have nothing else to say about it. Period. I'm trying to get away from even referring to that case at this point. Personal reasons. Yeah, I'm done with Delphi myself. Well, when the appeals process gets going, they'll have my attention again. All right. Until then, the people who matter can have at it. And that's all I got to say about that. All right. Let's go look at this canine guy that Butterfly turned me on to. This is the one that went and spoke. Melanie Little reached out to him. All right, so Melanie Little is the attorney, and she reached out to him, and he's going to tell you about his experience and what he did here and his background. Take it with a grain of salt. He's just, a guy.
Normally even watch the news. I'm too busy running a business and training dogs to really pay attention to this stuff. But about 4 months ago, an attorney named Melanie Little, who has her own YouTube channel, highly recommend you check it out. It's called Attorney Melanie Little. She has about 50,000 plus subscribers. She reached out to me via email, I believe, and said, hey, Garrett, with your background and experience, would love to have you on our show. She's been following this trial from the beginning. Don't worry, we'll talk about the trial, because I'm sure some of you, like me, don't know anything about it, or as I didn't, just like when she reached out about 4 months ago. And she said, I'd really like to get your opinion on one thing in particular, and that is a photo, or a couple of photos, of the injuries of a now deceased Boston police officer by the name of John O'Keefe. He was killed under mysterious circumstances back in January, late January of 2022. Again, I haven't been following it. I might have heard some headlines. Normally don't get involved. It's too much hype and hoopla for me. But then when I'm asked about dog bites, now my ears perk up. And so I went on her show, and we'll show a little highlight, a little clip of that, about 4 months ago. We talked about my background and my experience, kind of qualified myself, if you will, as an expert in the field. And ultimately, we looked at the injury of John O'Keefe's right arm, taken posthumously at the medical examiner's office. And what you see in these photos, which again we're going to show shortly, you see a series of lacerations, somewhere in the area of like 6 to maybe a half dozen to a dozen vertical striations, lacerations, everywhere from above his elbow all the way down near towards his wrist. And according to the prosecution, according to the state, they're saying that the deceased received these injuries as a result of a car crash, as a result of a vehicle on pedestrian accident or crash. In fact, they're alleging that Karen Reed, the deceased's girlfriend, that Karen Reed, for whatever reason, whether she was drunk or she was enraged, that she put her Lexus SUV into reverse, floored it, and ran into him, launching him some 15 feet off the street and into the snow, where at some point he hit his head and was discovered some 5 to 6 hours later in the snow, around 6:30 in the morning, dead or very close to death as a result of not only hypothermia, but a very serious blow to the back of the head. And they're saying, the prosecution is hedging all their bets on the fact that Karen is the one that backed into him, and this is how he died. Again, normally I don't get involved in this stuff. It doesn't concern me. This happened up in Boston, nowhere near me. Got too many other things to worry about. But then I found it very weird when we're looking at the injuries. First and foremost, those are not injuries you would see, these vertical striations, these lacerations, not abrasions, right? Now, if you want to get technical, an abrasion is like road rash. An abrasion is like if you were riding your bike and you fell off and the asphalt abraded your skin. Well, that's very different than the injuries this individual sustained. John O'Keefe had lacerations, multiple ones, and mild puncture wounds or minor puncture wounds. Much, much more in line with what I've seen in my background and experience as a police canine handler with dog bites. And not just one dog bite, a series of dog bites, multiple dog bites. And that's what we're going to dive in today and just kind of do a little deeper dive, not only in the case as a whole, but just really look at the evidence that's been presented. And again, this is very strange for me to do this. Normally we're talking about dog training and how to get your dog to be better behaved and all of that, but I just cannot look away on this one. Once I got involved 4 months ago and gave my recorded testimony, if you will, by no means was I in the trial, but when I went on Melanie Little's show and she showed me this photo and I started doing some more research, I now understand what everyone's fascination and involvement in this case is, because if you haven't been following, it is a complete shit show. It is unbelievably embarrassing what the police departments in that area have done. It's a completely botched investigation, conspiracies galore, and in my humble opinion, I don't think this lady has anything to do with the death of her boyfriend. Again, the Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. It's a complete setup, a huge cover-up. And when I share these facts and circumstances with people who aren't familiar with the case, like, their jaw drops. And that's what I want to do today, just kind of share it with you as it unraveled to me, because again, wasn't involved, but once I got involved, I just really started looking at it, paying attention to the trial. That trial's going on right now. The defense rested, I think, on Monday, and jury's been in deliberation since all day today. They may have started yesterday. I don't know what's taking that jury so long to come up with a not guilty verdict, but everybody and their mom is expecting it to be not guilty. And now that's only the beginning, because step one is Karen Reed to get a not guilty verdict. Everyone's expecting that. But that's only the beginning, my friends, because once she's considered not guilty, I strongly believe the feds, who have already been all over this case for the last 2 years, are going to step in and start dropping the hammer on some folks. We are talking about lies. We are talking about horribly botched investigations. We are talking about, how would you describe it? We got Spider off camera there. How would you describe it's like nepotism. We've got the lead detective of the case, of the murder case. The lead detective is very long, lifetime long friends with those who we believe actually may have committed the murder, right? And we'll talk about that theory in a minute, but we're talking about a situation where this homicide investigator should have recused himself from this case from the very beginning. The body was found right in front of the home of the lead homicide investigator's basically family friend. And it appears that he's done a great job, or probably not that great of a job, of covering up that family. And again, I don't try to subscribe to conspiracy theories. And you all might be watching this going, Gary, you've gone off the deep end. I don't blame you for thinking that. But if you really look at the facts that have been presented, it's enough to make your head spin. It's like, how did this even go to trial? And so we'll talk about some of those facts. But before we dive any deeper, we'll talk about these crazy things on my arm. So these are Armin Lagan products. They have been designed and manufactured for probably well over a decade now. But my near and dear friend, Steve Sprouse. Now, Steve Sprouse spent over 30 years in law enforcement, the vast majority of that as a police canine handler, and more importantly, a trainer. And we plan to have Steve on our podcast here soon. By the way, keep an eye out for that podcast. Episodes are dropping this week. We just launched episode 0 just a few days ago. We're going to be pushing those out on our second channel. Great opportunity for us to plug that second channel. Look for it right now. We need to grow that channel. It's under my name, Garrett Wing, and it will be the Garrett Wing Podcast. We'll be plugging shorts and medium form content on the main channel, the one you're watching us on right now. But if you want to see those podcasts, if you want to see those interviews with folks like Steve Sprouse, with folks like Sean McDonough, who's a 35-year DEA veteran, who's very involved in this Karen Reed case. My father, a 30-plus year canine veteran, and so many other folks. We've already got those podcasts filmed, already.
What do y'all guys think so far?
I'm kind of waiting for him to get into it.
I know, me
sort
too.
of checked out while he's like yakety yak
I'll
yak
speed
yak.
him up. Here, let's just do this. This yakety yak bothers me.
I'm waiting to see the arms. You know,
Well,
what
he's
he's going to do
showing
with
it.
that.
So he's gonna right here. Hold on. Oh Jesus! Why is it every time? Okay. He was gonna show you about the lacerations. I think right in here. If I can get it to play again. Oh, good Lord. Hold on. I gotta do it this way every time. Let me turn this off. Okay. All right, here he comes.
But he made it his life's mission from that point forward to never let that happen to him or anybody else that he could help. And what he did is he set out on a mission to overcome that very big hurdle in police canine training. That hurdle being transitioning a dog from biting equipment on the training field to biting real human flesh on the street. Now, granted, there are some dogs, maybe 1 or 2 out of 10, that they transition like nothing. They're just killers, man. They're just lots of drive, great genetics, and they'll bite anything and everything you allow them to. But again, that's only 1 or 2 out of 10. The other 8 or 9 out of that bunch will very likely struggle and will need that extra training. Muzzle work, arm and leg and equipment, hidden sleeves, you name it. And that's where Steve Sprouse invented these incredible products. And I'm not trying to tell you to buy them. There's not really a great use for them in the civilian world. It sounds like I'm plugging them. It's because it is an amazing product. Amazing.
Yeah,
the guy spent well over 2 decades designing these products, perfecting them,
like
iteration after iteration. And he's really got it down to a science now. So much so, and I'm probably not allowed to say this, I'll say it anyways, but some super secret squirrel agencies, shall we say, both nationally and internationally, have reached out to Steve and are big fans of his product. Let's just say that, right? So rest assured, when our boys and girls are deploying overseas with some of those high-speed dogs and some of those high-speed units, it's very likely that they have trained with and continue to train with Steve Sprouse's amazing products. He doesn't just, and I have them off camera that I'll show you. This
What
is
is he
a Gen 2,
supposed to do
this
with
is
the
a Gen
arms?
3. We got a Gen 1 off camera.
Demonstrating bite marks.
The only
Oh, the bite. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
It's like a 30-minute infomercial so
Yeah.
far. Bye.
Oh, sorry.
This is what I do know. There's a chance the defense has talked to this guy.
Okay.
So he's a canine expert, and let me get it to the part where he's going to demonstrate it, because I can't try to get it to do while I got it on live, because for some reason it messes up. So let me go get to the meat and potatoes, as they say.
Thank you.
I thought some people like to hear, how he got to where he's at, or just, I don't know. So I just was letting it play during the lunch break. Only fans back in the room. So let me pull this up again, and I'll try to get it to the part that Again, he's a random expert on dog bites who reached out to people who, or people from the defense reached out toward him. Let's put it that way.
Let me know when we're there.
Good. You just have to back up towards that.
Okay, I'll back up a little here.
Yep.
How are we looking?
Slide over just a tight bit to your. Yeah.
All right, how are we looking now?
Good.
All right, so again, I'm going to kind of open this up so you can see what the wounds would look like. But there are lacerations, right? Striations in this motion. You could call them lacerations, you call them scratches, somewhat puncture wounds, but it's typical, again, when a dog bites, they bite and pull. Or when a police dog bites, it's oftentimes they're biting and holding, and guess who is pulling? The guy behind the leash is pulling his dog. But again, we see dogs do that a lot. It's their natural, it's in their nature to bite something and try to pull it to the ground. And so again, this one has more bites. I mean, look at these cuts here. Are those showing up?
Yep.
All right, I think I've proved my point. And I'll show you a couple of his other products. This is a leg. This is a brand new version. There's no bites in this one, I don't think. Maybe one. And what a great product, too, by the way. If used correctly, these things can take dozens and dozens, if not 100 bites or more. Depends on how you're using the equipment or whatever. Now we're going to switch over to this camera here and show you some of the behind the scenes, some photos, and talk a little bit more about this case. I'll tell you when to turn this on, right? So first thing I'd like to share with you probably is show you where we appeared on Melanie Little's show, and I want to kind of compare a little bit of my testimony, if you will, from 4 months ago with the testimony of the defense's expert, a Dr. Russell, who has seen somewhere over 500 dog bite victims in her 30 or 40 year career as an ER doctor in, I forget where, but some pretty busy area where they got a lot of action, a lot of dog bites. She saw police dog bites. She saw civilian dog bites. And is there a big difference between a police dog bite and your typical everyday civilian dog bite? Not really, right? It's the same animal doing the same thing, biting human flesh. The biggest difference you might see is with more of an untrained dog or an actual animal attack. You're usually seeing, once again, with an untrained dog, multiple bites. We specifically train our police dogs to, once again, preferably bite one time and hold. There's a few reasons for that. We can get into that if you like, but one of them being we don't want to have a defendant, a suspect, with 6, 7, 8 different bite wounds on them. That does not look good in the courtroom. That does not look good in the public eye. We want the dog to bite and hold and just handle business, if you will. You hold onto that leg while I put this guy's arm behind his back and handcuff him. What I don't want is while I'm trying to arrest a subject, we got a police dog that's just biting here, biting there, biting him on the ass and biting him on the left arm, and it's going to be a complete shit show. So, but you will see that typically when you're seeing those videos that we post even on this channel, when you see dogs either attacking each other or, God forbid, going after a human, it's a lot of biting, disengaging, because it's an unconfident dog that hasn't been trained to just bite and hold. So a lot of talking there. Let's get into this video. I'll try to find a good spot. It's over 30 minutes long. I'm not going to bore you with the whole thing, but you can go ahead and switch to it now. Let me know when we're there. All right, we're up. So if you look here, I just want to kind of proof. This is 4 months ago, Attorney Melanie Little's channel where I first got involved in this case. And basically, she's, again, just asking me to talk about the bite. And so let's go ahead and jump in, and you're going to see something interesting. The one thing I want you to zero in on is how I describe on his injuries, how you can even zero in on what part of the dog's teeth, their anatomy of the jaw and the teeth, which teeth caused which injuries, and that's kind of what I'm discussing here. So we'll back up just a little bit. What I'm describing here is when this first came up, I shared this photo with a couple of my canine friends who know nothing about the Karen Reed case. Still, I don't think know anything about it. All I did was send them this photo, and I said, what do you think? And they go, basically, that's a dog bite, and kind of a crappy one. If you were thinking of this as a police dog bite, it's not an ideal police dog bite. More superficial wounds, again, not the bite and hold that we're looking for, multiple bites, and what you would consider to be shallow bites and an unconfident dog, which coincides with, guess what? Because we haven't mentioned this yet. I'm assuming you guys know the case. It is believed that it's possible, one of the storylines, which I tend to believe, is that Karen Reed, after a night of drinking with her boyfriend, dropped her off at a party where there were some other police officers inside. The police officer owned the home. There was an ATF agent inside, a half dozen or so people in there. And it's possible, it seems likely, that something happened in that home after midnight. Everyone's drunk, a lot of testosterone flowing, and they got into some kind of physical altercation. And during that physical altercation, they literally beat him to death. And during that physical altercation, he received, among many other injuries, these wounds you see on his right arm, which are extremely consistent with dog bites. And that's what we're talking about now. So we're going to contrast or compare my little statement here about dog bites with what ends up becoming the defense expert witness, who also says literally the same thing, which I found so interesting that she and I were both pointing out the same exact wounds. And
so the whole gist of the thing is the guy does believe these are dog bites, but it was the way he was describing the way a dog would bite that I was paying attention to in the beginning of the video, right? And when he talks about the way the dog reacts and the way it bites on an arm versus the front teeth versus the back jaw lock-on bite. All the other hoopla about the arm, and I guess he means it's a good dog training arm, but he needs to get on with that, because that's what I was more in. Because the first thing I noticed was these on the far left, it's got to be scratches. Same thing over here, maybe. This right here is the different story, because you got a paw here and a paw here holding an arm down, a mouth in the middle. There's a good chance that dog would have ripped a large part of that flesh off there, right? So I'm thinking, what did this dog do? Was it just scratches alone? Because I still, whether the dog bit him or not, she appeared to scratch the shit out of him. I'm not convinced the dog is what caused this man's death. The question is, what caused the injuries to the dead man's arm? Vehicle or dog? What caused the dead man's death? That head injury or being frozen in snow, right? Anybody that believes a dog bit him in the arm and that's why he died doesn't understand dog bites. I don't think, because you can't die from that. Unless they got the rabies, then you're in trouble.
describing how those.
All right, we're going back to court. I'll drop the link in there later in a minute when I get a chance, if y'all going to go review it. Oops.
To the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends.
Now they're at the waterfall.
Engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the waterfall bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. 1206, please. $1207. $1210, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there, to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this is evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Exhibit 139.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And it has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
It is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay. You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part. You can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise.
That is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen. Correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have By the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael...
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so...
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
All right. Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for, generally, Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
quality of this photocopy is so poor I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
For real?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom, printed, is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you?
I do.
Indicating early spring 2022. There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him.
Yes, yes.
Even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
He said, I did.
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
He asked you who signed it, not if you read it. Difference.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
All right. Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews, no.
So there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I have just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I'd hate to do this to you, but...
oh, I don't think you do.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them. So I can't tell you that he was the author. Like, what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point.
Wow.
Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
As a matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no. Right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had an estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases, but we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Sorry, I was in the kitchen grabbing a cup of coffee.
It just looks like Alan Jackson's finally getting frustrated with him. Like,
I know. Let me turn my... Hang on. I had to put the headphones back on. Sorry.
Like, how much can you take of this? It's like so annoying.
It's actually working.
I guess so.
Well, because they tried to downplay Proctor's role on the prosecution side, you know. So, yeah, they took pulling teeth to finally establish he was lead detective, or whatever term they want to call it over there in their state. But they tried to really downplay his role in the investigation. The defense just laid out how involved that man was with the investigation. So that was the whole point of that whole thing. And now they're getting into the, you know, and Proctor, three separate reports from him, February and March, where he himself found evidence at the scene. So it's important, because Proctor was all up in this investigation. They can downplay it no matter how they want. They need to downplay it on the prosecution side because of what happened. Proctor got fired. This man was disciplined because of what Proctor did.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me.
Wow.
What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
Wow. Not acceptable.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I'm not.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon, I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2...
Right before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive at the waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. Mm-hmm. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but...
No, of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
In homicide?
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone has
stories, would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
Like just Jim McCabe.
Do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these 3 individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these 3 individuals just at their word, based on those first 3 interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You don't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assisting.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This guy.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
Get him on that. Where you going with that? Evidence collected off the floor like that. Because I got an issue with
Very
that.
interesting, yeah.
Remember I brought that up earlier. I didn't like that. If we're going to do some DNA testing on this man's clothing or any kind of testing, it was just scooped up off the floor. Now I got contamination that had occurred. Were there any other mixtures inside of this testing? Did y'all? I got to know more. So they're laying the foundation for really shitty investigative techniques. So how can we trust any of it, right? That's what the defense is saying. You're collecting evidence off the floor. You're putting evidence, frozen blood in Solo cups. You're using leaf blowers. Your chain of command may be having an issue here. You got the CERT team coming out and doing this bizarre grid search. There's a lot of problems with the investigation, and the prosecution knows it. They try to get in front of it every time.
They need to take a close look at both departments. It's like, who's working for you? What are their qualifications? Like, what?
So here's the thing: isn't Brian Albert is a Boston Police Department officer, right?
Yeah.
His brother Kevin Albert,
Also.
Canton Police Department, if I'm not mistaken. Am I Rachel? Do you know are they on separate?
I think they're both Canton Police Department, as far as I know.
I thought Brian Albert was Boston Police Department. I could be wrong, but the reason they didn't, do interviews is because Kevin Albert
was their lead, with their best detective. Yeah.
Right. I think Brian worked in Boston like John.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I had one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe
Don't fail me now.
he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got him in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet, you laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Exactly, Rachel. Put them all in the same bag. Got that.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context and the question, I might have estimated it to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlight your question, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock, approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
you
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Clothes like they're drying for 7 days before they're bagged. I just understood. What the fuck?
Why did it take that long?
Exposed to the elements. Right?
We're looking for this piece of paper. You remember looking at the bag?
It was all kind of going in that Southport, dropping
Clothing
DNA
items
everywhere.
again, at this point, just the jeans.
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
Y'all he didn't get the big word.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you?
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
They would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried, let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially for the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other two searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece, and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm going to combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not.
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory of it.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these three searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these three searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
Once ordered to, once a
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was. All
right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th? to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port at least at some time when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship?
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends?
Sustained, yes, good time.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
Oh boy, do they.
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection. Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Question.
I'm sorry?
I object.
This is Nathan.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton Police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use.
All right. Alrighty then.
Well, that was brutal.
That guy, man.
If it's even possible, I think it was worse than Jennifer McCabe.
Same level. He's just got a different role. He's got to protect his own, and he's getting thrown under the bus because he's Proctor's. He got in trouble for training and all that because of what Proctor did. Got his little slap on the wrist. But then they used him to help downplay Proctor's role in the investigation because they want to downplay Proctor all that they can. They need to. The defense is going to highlight the hell out of that shit in the meantime, so that he knows they're coming at him about that. He was prepped for that. But man, dude, you're looking really bad, right? And they got more stuff. Like, I got a question. So how come February 3rd, they're finding the hat and the straw? This is days later. A couple of days have gone by. Snow's melting. Now we're seeing things. When did this was strange stuff. Taillight piece again on the 4th. Then you got this chief riding by.
At speed.
Doing the drive-by. That's what I wrote in my note. The drive-by. I was like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
So he's cruising by, right? And just, oh, look, at the corner of my eyes, I saw a red glare. Maybe y'all should go check.
Yeah.
Why didn't he stop as chief of the department? Y'all are just recused from doing interviews at this point, not stopping to secure what you think may be evidence.
How? I don't get it. How is he driving by? What's the speed limit? 25 miles an hour? He's probably going. How is he going to see that?
If he, like I said, corner of the eye, red glare. That doesn't mean I don't buy it for a second, Firefly. I'm just saying. if he saw it, okay, he should have stopped the freaking car and got out and called it
Taking
a
a
crime
picture.
scene. Yes, get somebody down here. We need the camera. I need CSI. I got possible evidence at the scene. Duh. So you're gonna just cruise by instead, get a glimpse at the corner of your eye, if nothing else, and there you go. You could have made a phone call about some. Come down here, boys. Come down here, boys. We got evidence I just found. How convenient. Did you just become part of my conspiracy, mister? You may have, Chief. See, it's got to fit or it don't. Ah, crazy, isn't it? They just ride by. So everybody's just riding by this scene in that community. Remember the girls, Jen and what's her name did it? Carrie. And forgot to tell them that they did ride by the scene. Oh, yeah. You
Try
got
and
my
figure it
data?
out.
You know where I was because of GPS? Oh, that's right. I remember now. I did ride by there.
Oh.
That bad lying data told you I was where? Yeah, I was. Yeah, I went to Lank's house too. Forgot about that. Oops. My bad. My bad. It's like y'all make yourselves look sketchy. Not, can't help it. I'm looking forward to Higgins because there's more to come with Higgins.
Oh, yeah.
Way
I
more.
wish they would do him tomorrow because I'm not going to be
Just
able to watch live after that. So it's like,
oh no, tomorrow's your last day. I'm
to
freaking
watch, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Start your new job
Yeah, Monday, so.
Monday. Okay. Um, well, I wish you well in your new job, and I hope you're able to listen as you can. You understand, real life comes first. It
Yep.
always does. Um, and how much testing did they do on John's clothes? There could have been evidence from the fight, right? There evidence from the dog attack, evidence from if this guy first suspected that John O'Keefe was hit in the face with a cocktail glass, and then you don't go to the home where you suspect that could have happened, because at that point you don't know nothing but this man was found on this property and you suspect he was hit in the face with a cocktail glass, but you don't interview the people that are your witnesses from that home. You don't secure the home and go
Yeah.
inside to see if cocktail glasses match. What?
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. And how are they getting you hit by a cocktail glass? I don't get it.
I think Pearl, because they found that cocktail glass, maybe, and he's like, "Oh, well, could he have been hit with the glass? Did they pulling this shit out of his butt? You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think they make sense because he would have more cuts on his face if it
Well, I
smashed
don't
into
know.
it.
I can't read this dude's mind.
Who
He's
knows what
freaking.
they're thinking?
Yeah, he said that's the important part. He thought it, and the defense wants you to remember that because there is a possibility this man was hit by something other than
Yeah.
that car, right? So this law enforcement suggested to the medical examiner he could have been hit with a cocktail glass. Well, how did you conclude that, sir? So the point is, you don't go to the freaking home where you suspect that could have been a theory, and
Right.
it's not a crime scene now. We don't go in and match the glasses or try to. But the three witnesses that you knew at this point had been with the man the night before, you don't interview them at that home either. You do it elsewhere. It's shady. It's shady. It's shady. I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's just not a good investigation. So you got a really poor investigation, and you want me to believe this woman mowed this man down in cold blood because she was mad and jealous, a rage, backs right over him because she doesn't like that camera. It gets on her nerves. She don't even look at it. She's buzzing. Screw you, camera. I got this.
But I didn't think about the snow. It probably does cover it up, right? The
What?
backup camera. If
Probably the
there's
lens
snow.
on it. I had a
Yeah.
big giant spider on mine one time.
Oh my God! Don't tell
Yeah,
Dolphin.
it was horrible. It was all over. It was like this big
Oh.
giant spider on the screen.
Oh
I
my
was like,
goodness.
no way. I thought it when I first came on. I was like, oh my God. And I was like, oh, holy shit. That's a spider chilling out back there. Yeah.
Well, it's better
It was-
back there than in the car,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was pretty big. So I was glad he was out there.
Oof.
But at least I had a camera. I could see him. I don't know. I got out and took care of him. He was gone. Yeah, there's a lot to digest and unpack once you hear these testimonies. Like
Yeah.
finding the straw, all the March 14th, clothing, glass, straw found on the curb in March. If I heard that right, I've got to go back. I got some notes where I need to go back and review critical pieces that matter to the timeline. And why are y'all not? I get it. Deep snow, blah, 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 blizzard. Snow had to melt. You started finding things. But I don't know. In March, it
Oh,
took
is
that
that
damn
when the
long.
straw was found? I thought I wrote it down. Hold on a sec.
Look
February
at your
3rd.
note.
Are
Look
you
at
sure
your
it wasn't
notes.
February 3rd? That wasn't February 3rd?
Something was found
Straw?
February 3rd. Okay, look, from
Broke some
earlier.
broken taillight pieces
Let me
and
tell
then
you
a
where I
black
got that
straw.
from. Let me
And the
tell you.
hat.
Okay, listen, I know that was a separate note. Let me tell you where this one came from. When he was going through those reports
Yeah.
signed by Proctor, proving how much Proctor was involved in the investigation, the defense. He cited February 11th a report. Plastic was found by Proctor. February 18th, another piece of plastic found just by Proctor,
Yeah.
both times. Then March 14th, I thought he said clothing, glass, straw found on curb. I think the clothing may have been the hat. I'm not positive. So I got to go back and listen.
Oh,
And
I
then to
missed the
jump down to
dates.
what you're talking about, again, February 3rd, it come up hat, straw, and red clear plastic
Right,
again.
that's what I have
So I
written.
don't
Yeah.
know which one is.
It's a
I gotta go
different
back and
straw.
review what happened to March. No, it's not a different straw. I think I may have not heard it right on the March 14th report. I got to go back and hear that
Yeah,
part
because I
again.
have it under the 3rd, February
I
3rd.
got it noted two different ways, so you're not wrong. You know what I mean?
And one thing I noted about the straw, the black straw, it was 15 to 20 feet from the fire hydrant,
Was
which I'm
it
like,
15
why
to
is it
20
there?
feet? It's like, okay, I knew it was near the fire hydrant, but you were able to note that down and I
15 to
didn't.
20 feet.
15 to
Yeah.
20 feet. Okay, cool. Teamwork. We'll get it done every time. I knew it was not far from there. And I'm thinking, damn. And I know it. And the only way that I have to gauge this damn snow is through my own experience, which I'm in Florida. Y'all know that. 3 days of a snowstorm this winter. It took forever for that shit to melt. It took a long time. And it was deep, And you can tell where John's hat was found when you look at the snow bank around it where they shoveled it, where they happened to shovel out just the right part. I
Mhm.
guess their grid search helped them find it. Anyway, you can gauge how deep that snow actually was. I took a screenshot. It was pretty deep.
Okay.
So, in my mind, they also have much colder temperatures than I'm dealing with. It warmed up pretty quickly here once that snowstorm stopped. But it still took it took my snowman a week to melt.
Mhm.
He wasn't huge, he was mini, but took him a week. I'm just saying, I don't know what they start finding. So I can see that maybe it took a while for the snow to melt and you found the straw to the cocktail glass. What the fuck?
Yeah.
How-
And it was kind of it was a little bit of a incline there, so it's possible,
Yeah.
like, if water's melting, it could have slid down the road a little bit too. Because I'm like, it's too far down the road, it seems like to me, but
Funny you
maybe
said
not.
that. Funny you noticed that and said that because I heard you say it earlier during that video review. There's an incline. Remember, the prosecution wants you to think those inclines in John's movements were them driving up inclines in that neighborhood,
I mean,
not him climbing a set of stairs.
I just don't know if it's steep enough to
Is it
count
steep
as
enough? It
steps.
didn't look like it to me.
Yeah,
They,
I think it has
yeah,
to be pretty steep. I'm not sure. I don't.
they talked about that in detail about how that
Mhm.
may have to be. I got notes on that too. That was a long testimony, but damn,
Yeah, I
but
remember that. I remember
they
them
tried to
saying there's
drive home that
this hill here and this hill here,
yeah,
that would be what it was.
this
Yeah, I don't know.
caused that increase in steps was them driving. Okay, we get it, but no, we're not buying that.
That's where we need the cellular experts to tell us if that's even possible, right? Because I
That's
don't
who
know.
was saying that. That was the data
It
people.
was? That
Was that
was
I'm
oh,
calling them
okay.
data people? That was the data people giving us those, telling us, explaining the incline movements and all that shit we went through earlier in the beginning of the trial. Um, so
Mhm.
that's where that came from. But it was funny you noted that because I was like, huh, how
Yeah, because you can't tell just looking at
inclines.
the pictures of the house, right? You don't see it. And then it's like I've seen a couple of videos in the last few days of people driving down the street, and it's definitely
Well, the guy
It's not
walking in
steep,
that,
but it's a
no,
definitely.
it's not steep. The guy walking in that one video, you can tell it's a slight, I'll call it a slight incline.
But it's
Not
definitely
even,
noticeable. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's a slight incline, but not enough. Is it enough to produce these bizarre steps John was taking? I don't know.
And there's a
But
curve
cell
too.
phone
It's
people
not
don't have me
straight.
with. Yeah, them cell phone people. I'm shelving those cell phone data people for a while because
Yeah.
they all think they're right.
They
And
all have different
I
opinions.
know then y'all are not 100% accurate across the board,
Mm-mm.
and you got some differing opinions on when that weird search was done. Y'all all go sit down a minute. You're way back there on the totem pole now. Go have a seat. Heard all your bullshit. I need the real evidence, like the man's injuries and the accident reconstruction people to come out now, and the Brian Higgins, the drama side of it needs to come. Because how am I going to put this theory together? I got to finish it out. I got to drive it home. But so it's going to be interesting how the defense comes out and attacks things like shows their weaknesses, right? He has to do that. He has to come out and he establish, you really didn't do a good investigation, right? Calls him out on it, straight up says, y'all just sat here and downplayed Proctor's role all across the board. I'm going to show you a whole binder of investigation that Proctor was all up in the middle of. He proved that as well. And then they go back through how they kept going back to an unsecured crime scene, right? When you got the clothes laying out on the butcher paper, oh my God, that drove me nuts. No, sir. It laid there how many days unsecured with how many people having access to them and how many people walking around shedding DNA? When there could have been DNA from the Alberts on this man's clothing, could have been Chloe's DNA on the clothing, and you're contaminating the heck out of it. Could have been Karen Reed's only all up over it, loving up on him in the bar. I'd expect it to be all over it. If it wasn't, I'd be like, is this real or are we AI in this shit? I expect Karen Reed's DNA to be all over John O'Keefe's sweatshirt. Don't you?
Yep.
They hugged several times. He greeted her the minute she got to the bar earlier. And that video should have reiterated to the jury, these two weren't in an all-out knockdown, drag-out war at those bars.
No, they look pretty
They were
lovey-dovey to
not,
me.
were they? Nope, they weren't at all. You see a man and a woman who appear to be happy to be together in the same location.
Yeah, it's like
they're
they're blowing up every little, she cussed him out on their text messages, but that's because she was drunk and she didn't know where he was. So she's
they
just
hadn't
gonna
gotten
do
the fight
that.
yet.
She
were
probably
fighting,
did that a lot.
Well, look, we know they had their bullshit all day, right?
Yeah.
They did their back and forth all day. We've all seen the proof. Then they end up at the bar together. Everything's great again because, we got that toxic thing going on. They're good to go at the bar. No issues. So then they want you to believe that the issue arose once she ran him over in cold blood. And then why would she make all those bizarre calls to cover her tracks, cussing him?
Yeah.
Instead of going, oh my God, John, are you okay? You haven't come home, kind of thing. They decided, no, that's a good thing, but no, whatever. It's not. It's like
just bizarre logic. The whole prosecution's case is just like strange.
Well, going back to what Dolphin was talking about earlier with the taillights, those are the critical things. The taillight matters. How it got damaged absolutely matters, considering what the theory is the defense has brought forth. I'm not going by I'm going by what the defense did in filings and they're saying in court, right? They have said in this case, in the opening statements, that's what happened. The car didn't cause any of this, not even on accident.
No.
Not even on accident. Those injuries were not caused by this car. They were caused by a dog and something else that happened inside of that home. And here's why. Blah, 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 blah. Look at all these shady ass people. And it's like, have y'all ever seen such, like, kind of that type of drama in a case? You know what I mean? People drama. And Higgins, like I said, I cheated again last night when I watched a little bit of Higgins' testimony. And girl, I was like, damn,
it's so
Higgins.
good.
I was like, right? I was like, damn, Higgins. Okay, we need to see you on the stand again.
Oh, I can't wait. Yep.
Girl, I didn't realize, they had been texting one another days up to the event prior, and then that kind of explained.
And she
his
blew him
behavior
off
at the bar
that
too,
night.
right?
So that gives him a motive, doesn't it? It pissed him
Yes,
off.
girl, you say thank you. Motive established. Because I was watching, I do my own personal body behavior stuff. I people watch,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I was people watching that video inside that bar. And
Yep.
so he already has a wondering, what's Karen not paying me no attention? She ghosted me this week. Now we're at the bar
Yeah.
together, and he done texted her at the bar, knowing
Hey,
she's
what
with
about
John
me,
O'Keefe.
Karen?
And he
He's like,
knows,
what about me?
right, and
Yeah.
he knows that she's with John O'Keefe.
Because
He
she's
doesn't
going
seem to
around
mind.
hugging everybody, greeting everybody, but I guess she never greeted him.
She didn't. She ghosted him. But
Yep.
he does not seem to mind that she is with John O'Keefe.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So he texts her again when he sees her at the bar. She ghosts his ass again at the bar. She even walks up to the table at one point and says hello to everybody but Higgins.
Yep.
So I'm watching him so I'm really, then he wants to text John and say, are you coming to the
Yeah. I
Fairview,
mean,
right? And then the Majid just disappears into the night. Nobody sees it. Wait, Jim McCabe sees it, but Nagel
of
doesn't
course. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
at the same time.
That's why I kind of think maybe, he wanted to say, tell John, oh, something about Karen texting him and look, your girlfriend's trying to get
Of
with me
course.
and all
It,
this and have a fight. And maybe he didn't realize he punched him too hard and knocked him out and he hit his
well,
head. And that's what they're trying to cover up. That's kind of what I think.
I don't think
My
they lured him
theory.
there. I don't think they lured him there to murder him.
No, exactly. I don't
But
think it was intentional even on their part, but just
I
the
think
fact that
Higgins
he,
was hot. So the defense is alleging, though, this happened pretty quickly once the defendant, or no, I'm sorry, once John O'Keefe got in that home, this escalated quickly because he
yeah,
never came back out or responded to Karen. She got
right.
mad and left. So the minute John goes in that house, the two Bryans, who are buzzed, peacocking over there at the bar,
Yeah.
are they coming at John O'Keefe with some, that locker room
Yeah, and maybe
bullshit?
Chloe saw it and didn't understand what was going on and jumped up
Bullshit
and
happened and it got sideways real fast, right?
yeah, yeah.
There you go. Now what do? We throw
Maybe
him
he
in the
just
lawn and
fell
hope for the
over.
best.
Maybe he just fell over and after Chloe
Could have hit
grabbed his
his head.
arm.
He
hit
could
his
have
head.
look when he went down.
Yeah,
He could have hit the back of his head on the floor,
sure.
fractured his skull, caused this injury that they don't seem to doesn't appear to be severe on the back of the head. There's pooling back there in blood, but none of these people have described a massive injury back there.
No.
I've seen people fall and hit their head and break the skin.
So
You
it's
have
going to
too.
take a while for the bruising and the eyes
Well,
to show
you
up
don't
too.
see it. You got hair and stuff. You may not see. It's not a bad wound to fall and hit your head back like that. It may break the skin open, but the injury comes to the skull, that fracture, right? The actual skin's not a gaping wound where they're going to see a massive wound. So that's what I imagine they see. It's just like that type of wound. So that tells me because of that, he could have fallen and hit backwards and hit his head and went down. That's when that dog got his arm. Allegedly, speculating, got his arm, right?
Yeah.
And then what happened? They were so drunk, they decided at some point around 2 o'clock in the morning it was a good idea to throw him on the lawn. Because Karen's going to come over later yelling and screaming how she hit him. So that don't make sense because they didn't know that then yet, right? So they just put him on the lawn and hoped for a good story to develop for them to use, or were they always going to say Karen hit him or somebody hit him? We don't know what happened to that man on the lawn, and they got lucky and a good story happened. I don't know.
I feel like they put him close to the road because they wanted to say a snowplow came and hit him. Maybe they wanted the snowplow to hit him, and they didn't. You know what I mean? Like they knew it was going to be snowing.
Not going to go up in the yard that far. He was placed near the flagpole.
Yeah.
He was placed up in the yard. He wasn't placed down by the street, but a shoe was. So I got to get there on that part. Why would these cops, of all people, put a body in their front yard? A dead man's body that their dog done went and had attacked. Are you kidding? I'm coming up with something right here, right now. We're out. Load that body. I'm not joking. They know their area. They know where the countryside's at. They know how to get it done. So why put him on the lawn? Hours before you knew Karen was going to show up claiming she hit him. Or could have hit him. Did I hit him? That's the part I got to get to next. And don't think I won't if they can show me something. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? I got to make it. Even the conspiracy theory has to make sense to work.
Right. That's what, and I am having trouble coming up with a good theory there too. It's like,
Yeah.
it is not easy to make that make sense either.
I know.
There.
I know. It's like, golly, man.
But then why are they all so sketchy? If they didn't cover
Are they
it
just
up?
trying to protect themselves for being such shitty people? And they know Proctor's a thorn in their ass at this point, and I don't know, girl, because
They make themselves look guilty the way they act. That's
you know
what's
what?
so
But there's
confusing.
also a real good chance right now that core group inside that house did conspire to do something. But what I don't understand is why they would put him on the lawn, and what would have been their story if they didn't have the
Her
I
coming
hit it
up.
story land in their lap, right?
Yeah.
What would have been their story to cover up what happened in that house versus what happened on that damn lawn we know nothing about? All they knew at that point to tell the cops was, hey, look, the guy was getting a ride to our house, or the guy was coming over. He was supposed to be getting dropped off. Jen saw the car out there, but they never got out. She closes the door. The car leaves. And the next day, we find the guy out here on the lawn. But no, y'all didn't find him. Karen did.
Right.
So come on, it's like that's the only part I'm stuck on still. So I don't know. I had to get
No
that
matter
thought
what,
process
like
out,
none
y'all.
of it makes clear sense. Because then if I go back and look at the possibility of her hitting him, I'm just like, I can't get past the wounds. I just don't feel like the wounds match
Exactly.
up.
It's
So,
hard to make those match the car hitting him, right? I get it.
yeah.
I'm not there either. I'm not there either. I never have been because I've
Because even
seen
if
those
she
photos
somehow,
a long
like
time.
if she was doing her 3-point turn or something and whacked into him or something, I don't know. I just don't see those scratches. I just don't see those injuries
So
just
wait
don't
a
add
minute.
up.
Did the 3-point turn come after she backed up that 60 feet they allege that she
I
backed?
don't know. That's a good point. I
I
really
got the
don't know.
notes on it. I got to pinpoint that movement
I'm
as
looking
well
forward to
because I
all
got to
those
gauge
details.
how long it took this old girl to get to the house.
See, I didn't take notes last time. I just listened, so it's like I don't remember any of those details. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. I hope y'all get fresh notebooks for Idaho 4.
I know,
I
definitely
recommend it
will.
now. Stock up on
Oh,
your
you
pen. I
know it.
just
I've
restocked
been
on highlighters and pens last weekend and
like
paper.
you. I've been watching this from day one. So yes, I am like
Yeah.
fully invested in this.
Oh my God. We're going to have to get, I got to get like,
Yes, Dolphin is over for the day.
oh yeah, Dolphin is done. They're done for the day.
They're always done by 4 p.m. our time.
Yeah, she don't play around with her times.
Mm-mm.
Her schedule is everything. Bev lives by that schedule. Yeah, so there's still a lot to sort out with this case, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Even if you take away all the other things, like if they never brought in this conspiracy thing, I still don't know if they could explain that was a car that caused those types of injuries. You know what I mean?
Right. That's
just based on the injuries alone, what could have caused those types of injuries, right?
I don't know.
It's like I'm gonna check something real quick, guys, before we go.
Somebody whacked him on the head. I don't know. Why though? Why would they, other than just being jealous and just being, like you say, peacock, and why would they want to beat him up either?
You know why I say that? I stole that from Microdots.
I mean, that's true. That's what they were doing.
He said they were peacocking. In his British accent, they were peacocking. And I was like, oh my God.
I like it. I like it.
So now I say it. I can't help it. We got some new documents in Idaho 4.
No, really?
Yeah.
From yesterday? New from yesterday or the 8th?
They just dropped this today.
Oh, they do. There's 2 more. Order sealing defendant's phase 2 mitigation witness list.
Mitigation witness list.
Order sealing in support of state's motion for exam pursuant to IC 18.207 and for extension. I don't know what any of that is. What does that mean?
Yeah, they're filing for an extension, and they got the mitigation witness list, means those are the witnesses who would testify phase 2 of the defendant's mitigation
Okay. Psych.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then we got state's notice of penalty phase, lay witness and request, impact statements, victim impact statements. When did that drop? That's old. Or is it? Motion to seal reply in support of states for example, because I went backwards. Hold on. To what was showing new on the tab for me on my end that I can see. So 429, a motion to seal reply in support of state's motion for exam. 430, state's notice of penalty phase, lay witnesses, regular people, and request for victim impact statements filed. Hang on, let me click this. It's a 3-page notice. Let me bring up the screen.
Yes, Dolphin, full day of court tomorrow, and Yuri is going to be back in the morning.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Back one. Okay. This is state's notice of penalty phase, lay witnesses, and request for victim impact statements, Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Comes now, state of Idaho, by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney, hereby provides notice that the state does not intend to call any lay witnesses during the penalty phase. Rather, the state intends to rely on testimony and evidence admitted during the guilt phase. The state does intend to afford victims the opportunity to present impact statements during the penalty phase. The Idaho Constitution and Idaho Code guarantee a victim's right to be heard upon request at all criminal justice proceedings considering sentencing. The state moves for the immediate family members identified in State's Exhibit S1 attached to State's motion in limine, RE, immediate family members in the courtroom, filed on February 24th, be allowed to present victim impact statements during any penalty phase in the above titled case. So yeah, the state has previously evidence concerning the victim and the impact that the death of the victim has had on the victim's family is relevant and admissible. Such evidence shall be designed to demonstrate the victim's ununiqueness as an individual human being and the resultant loss to the community by the victim's death. Characterizations and opinions about the crime, the defendant, and the appropriate sentence shall not be permitted as part of the victim impact statement or impact evidence. So they can't talk about opinions about the crime or him, but they can come out and talk about the victims, right? And the impact it had on them as a family losing the life of that loved one. So victim impact statements are rarely not allowed, but they weren't at Lori Vallow, were they, Joe? Or some kind of, what was the end deal on that one? I don't think they got it. There wasn't. Normally, you have victim impact statements. Okay. Then there was a motion to seal the defendant's phase 2 mitigation witness list. And that's probably just a 2-pager asking to seal that document, and it was. And then defendant's witness list, defendants, family members in courtroom. Now that we went over, and then this one, the examination extension, and then the order filing the records request. What that is the defense turned over. Is this the one? No, that's what's her name's shit being stricken. The defense did turn over a lot of evidence to the state. It's in one of these documents, one of those recent ones. Anyway, order sealing reply in support of state's motion for exam. So when the state filed their motion for that exam, they're sealing that order, pursue it, and then they gave the extension. So there's nothing there to really look at because they're all sealed, a couple of pages. Let me click on this one. A 2-pager doing the same thing, just sealing the documents. This judge I've noticed, once they review whatever it is they're sealing, and then he'll make a determination for what he's unsealing. lately there's not been a lot of. Okay, yeah, that's what all these are. So things are moving along at least,
Yep.
the process. Um, as far as these motions go, getting them taken care of now, getting a lot of this BS out of the way, that needs to be dealt with ahead of time. Because we don't want it to clutter up the trial, right? With all these newly filed motions right there at trial and emergency hearings and things of this nature popping
We're
off.
probably we're probably less than 100 days now to the trial. Dolphin, look up your thing. Your
Yeah,
countdown.
our timer, yeah, business as usual, Dolphin. The filing also reveals the nature of mental condition examinations already conducted and the type of exams and testing the state seeks to perform, some of which is perfectly. So this one pertains to, let me pull the screen up and I'll show you what I was reading. I don't like to not show you guys. Okay. This one is, it was a 3-page document. Motion to seal reply in support of state's motion for examination of the defendant pursuant to Idaho Code. And remember, the judge kind of partially gave them the go ahead and partially denied the rest. So I was reading right down here where it says, let me go back up to here actually. The filing reveals personal private information of defendant. This is why they're sealing it, and the affects his privacy interest. Specifically, the filing reveals mental health information about defendant, including psychological, psychiatric, and neurological information and diagnosis of the defendant. The filing also reveals the nature of mental condition examinations already conducted and the type of examinations and testing the state seeks to perform, some of which is personality testing to which defendant objects. So he's allowing some of that personality testing, but not all of it. I know. So they're sealing all of that to protect Koberger's rights, not to harm Koberger, but to protect his rights. And so, yeah.
Did you look at any of that dark triad stuff? I'd like to know what his Machiavellianism score is. Just curious.
Yeah.
Like, is he?
That's a mind. That's a mind that Ramsland's going to have a field day with that damn
Oh
mind.
yeah. Oh sure.
She's gonna, girl. I think I'll buy that book.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so far she's claiming she's only going to speak about it in a section of her memoir that she's writing. About
Really?
all, yeah, she said that on a podcast that she's writing a memoir about all of the serial killers that she's ever covered in her life, all the books, all the things she's ever done. And then she said there will be a time that she does talk about Brian Koberger in that book, in the memoir, but she hasn't talked about writing a Brian Koberger book. You know what I mean? So I want to make that clear. I've not heard that at all.
Right.
But she did say, and I have it somewhere. I'll just send you the link. But that's what she said. She can do what she wants, and
Well,
that tells me if she's writing a book about her memoir about these types of people she's studies, why talk about him in that book?
thing is, like, unless he admits he's guilty, like, is he going to tell her the truth? Like, if she interviews him, is he gonna be forthcoming? You know what I mean? Tell her his
I
true
don't know when
feelings.
her book is coming out, right? So if it's something she's going to finish after the trial,
Mm-hmm.
or something if she's actually communicating with that family like that. I don't know that part. Yeah, I don't know if she's planning just to do like her study of him, or is she working him so she can get that interview. Let's not underestimate Dr. Catherine Ramsland.
I don't. Definitely not.
Right. I'm saying.
But I feel like she probably knows to keep them at arm's reach. Like, she's not going to be too.
Oh man, she was talking in the podcast. She was talking about how, because of what she does, right, what she studies, the great lengths that she would go to know her surroundings, right? Like, there's a lot you can do, and there's a serial killer lurking, but a lot, just some of the things, and I was laughing because it reminds me of me being in true crime, speaking for myself, the things I think of when I'm out and about. And
Yeah.
not today. I see you. I'm watching so many things, and
I'd like to think I'm pretty
I want to
alert,
be a
but you never
victim.
know. Like yeah, exactly. I'd be interested in reading
No,
that though.
I know. Diving into the mind. If he did this, that's
Mhm.
that's just a crazy mind to be. It's like checking out the BTK. That's why she did that. She studies the minds of these
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
and they hope to get to the bottom one day of what makes these guys tick. Right?
Mhm.
That's the whole point of the research. So what makes these guys tick? What signs do they exhibit? What are their signs? Are there signs? What are there any links between these guys and their method, you know, of committing their crimes? Do they change up their MOs at some point? There's all kind of studies that go into these serial killers.
Mhm.
There's a possibility he was one in the making. Killed 4 people. Does that make you a serial killer all at one time?
I mean, yeah,
Maybe.
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 Well, if he was caught on the first attempt, then he could have potentially been one, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And I think that potential exists with the
Yeah.
fact that he reordered the knife.
Oh yeah.
Did he just miss it? Is he needed to have? I don't know. I theorizing. I should have a banner up. Oh my gosh. But we're safe to
I
have a
know.
conversation
I know,
here.
but it's like when you
We're
look at
we're
his
theorizing.
background, it definitely does fit, you know?
Well, I'm yet to
Doesn't
see.
mean it's true, but
I'm
it could
waiting to
be.
see a lot of the evidence, because if you listen to the experts like cell phone data
Mhm.
people and all these things that are happening with these, and then you go in these camera footages and all this. So then you think about that for a minute when you're thinking about the Kroberger trial. They're going to be able to point out a lot of things that I know I'm going to be like, go in Taylor. I already know that. I'm prepared. I know that there's going to be things that Ann Taylor is going to be absolutely able to call out. I think, I'll predict. I don't know how this judge is going to rule. I hope he's fair. Crime scene investigation, techniques, collection, contamination, sheath collection is going to be huge. Chain of custody for that sheath is going to be huge.
Oh yeah.
She immediately applied for all those training records for those officers from jump. Did she not?
Mhm.
First thing
One
she
of the
did.
first things, yep.
First thing she did. I need training records for everybody involved from the moment 911 was called and that bizarre call happened. I need it all. Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, especially the phone data people, right? When they come into play, because that's big in the Koberger case. The car video stuff, all the things. So it's interesting when you think about it, the testimony here. But this guy today, man, he was so the minute I think it was Rachel that or maybe somebody else that made the comment he was evasive. I had just wrote that same word down in my notes,
Mhm.
and I was laughing because he was so evasive about some things that he shouldn't have been.
Yep.
Just shouldn't have been. It was getting to be a ridiculous thing, and why couldn't Bev interrupt him and say, "Just answer the question,"
I know.
like she was doing other people, right?
She made him ask for a sidebar.
Yeah.
And then she came
Like
back
that
and, "Can you
wasn't
just
fair.
answer the question? Answer the question as it's asked, and you don't have to elaborate on these things. Some of
So
it's yes or no."
is he just being sketchy because he's embarrassed that he got in trouble because of Proctor's bullshit, and he's also been pegged as the fall guy to really not, downplay Proctor's role? What's up with you, dude? What's up with you? Did you become a part of the plan, or are you just a pawn in the plan? That's where I'm at with that guy. Other ones I done put on the conspiracy list
Yeah.
planners. I got that list going. I don't know what to add him to yet. I can't tell.
Yeah, I know. He's just so closely associated with
On or
Proctor.
well, you need people closely associated with you to be your pawn.
Mhm.
That's the perfect people to be the pawn. So I got to figure out that part. Which one is he? Y'all take a vote in the chat. Which one is this guy? Y'all got thoughts? I know y'all do. Y'all are right here with us watching it all day.
I think he's more of a pawn.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. There's several that I think are. Was Katie McLaughlin the
A pawn.
firefighter a pawn?
Just like, look at his attitude. Like, he's just such an easy pawn. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He doesn't care about anything. Like, it'd just be so easy
So
to
gosh,
just.
shit. And yeah, I got in trouble because Proctor's dumbass was sending me messed up emails. Okay, about nude photos and talking horrible about this lady that y'all suspect hit this man. That's no excuse to talk about her like that.
I know you're a supervisor. You should have nipped it right in the bud. Like, don't let
You
him get
talk
away with
about
that stuff.
right. Do you talk about all of the people like that?
Probably. He just got caught doing it on this
I
case.
mean, do all suspects get that treatment, right? That you send messages back and forth about horrible messages about them. That's insane. So anyway, all right,
Yeah.
guys. Well, it is 3:30 in the afternoon.
hmm
I think I'm gonna go wrap it up for the day, and I'll see you guys back here in the morning for day 13
Okay. Have a good evening.
on Friday. Ooh,
Friday.
the 13th day on a Friday. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 8 a.m. comes early for Bev's courtroom. But I'm okay with it. It ends early enough, so it's all
Yep.
good. All right, guys. Well, thank you for coming up. And Dolphin, are you still up here on stage? I don't think you are.
Well, she had to bring the dog to the vet, but I don't know if she's still
There,
there or if she's better. She's
there we go. All right.
probably en route or something.
Yeah, she's in chat, so
Yeah.
or she was, or she may have ran into the vet by now. All right, guys. Everybody, thank you for coming in. Please hit the like button if you don't mind. I appreciate y'all coming in daily with us and hanging out and listening to us babble and try to work this out and sort this shit out, man. And commenting and being a part of the conversation. That's what it's all about over here, right?
Yeah,
So
it's a fun little group. I like it.
I know, right? It's nice and comfy, and everybody's just chill, and I love it. I love it. Um, and believe it or not, we're getting a lot of views. We got the little group of chatters, and I love that. I love seeing you guys because you're following the case, you're following the trial. So I'm enjoying seeing everybody's thoughts as they're in real time. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
always fun. All right, guys. Well, Firefly, thank you for coming up. We'll be back in the morning, guys, with the new day in the Karen Reed trial, and maybe you get done with another. Finish this witness out by lunch, maybe. And maybe get
I
on.
hope so.
I know,
I
right?
hope so. He's so boring. I can't take it.
It's like, yeah, this dude's like look. I took a couple of screenshots earlier, and it just so happened of him, and he was holding up evidence, and it just so happened when I took him, his face was like, I was like, oh my god, really, dude. Try to look awake, right? It was
See, I know. Yeah, he looks like he's about to fall asleep. At least with Higgins, he'll be like,
Oh
defensive.
yeah, he was all like, "Let's go, let's rock and
He'll
roll."
get excited, He'll be like, "Wow."
Ready to peacock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep,
So
yep, yep.
I got that vibe from Higgins. I did. He was ready to strut his stuff and tell his story.
Yeah.
Had that attitude right along with it. I was like, "Whoa, Higgins! I did not expect this, but I'm here for it." So I had to get up, go outside, and sit down for a minute and soak it in. I did. I did. I got up, went outside for a few minutes, and chilled, and listened to that. And I was like, "Huh, okay." I'll shelf this and remember it, but I want to see you testify again because I didn't hear him testify to where his Jeep was because I didn't listen to the whole thing. You know what I mean? I didn't listen to his entire testimony from the trial. It was just that one piece that happened to fall into my lap last night. So I felt like that was the God speaking. So I was like, okay, I'll bite. And I did. And it was it's real testimony. It wasn't like some bizarre shit. But anyway, I didn't listen to the whole thing. So, but what I did listen to was like, oh my goodness.
Yep.
You and Karen were doing what leading up to this night?
And she kissed him too.
She kissed it. Was it a peck or was it a
I don't know.
kiss?
I think he said it was like a passionate kiss. It was like a passionate.
What I didn't know, going back to that, what I did not know before
Mm-hmm.
I watched that last night was Higgins had been in John's home prior to the incident for like a football party or something, or it was something
Mm-hmm.
there was something going down. And So allegedly, and that was, I wrote the date down to that, damn it. Allegedly, Karen kissed him.
Yeah.
And he claims it was a kiss.
Yeah.
But in John's house, or was it like a goodbye kiss on the cheek? Did she snuggle in a little closer and he took it as, I don't know. Higgins strikes me as, did he take shit the wrong way?
I am not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure he said it was like a kiss, like she was like my girlfriend kiss. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
so not a peck, not a peck.
I think they were talking about that in that piece that I watched, because they were trying to pin him down to get to the bottom if it was a peck on the, or was it a full-on kiss, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, Karen, so she kisses him at John's house, according to him, and then they text back and forth in between then, and then she ghosts him, and then at the bar she ghosts him again. And he was real combative, and he was more not evasive and not really combative, but more, he was so arrogant.
Oh yeah.
He was really arrogant, and yeah, that really that stood out to me. Let me see. Hold on. Now y'all got me going. Hang on, because I think that, oh Lord, I shouldn't have reviewed that one thing last night, but I did.
I know it's like in a rabbit hole, but
No, it was another case. I accidentally, yeah, I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Okay. Where did it, Lord, I remember
Jackson asked
my history now.
Was he upset that she ghosted him? Oh
Here
no,
it is.
doesn't bother me.
Here it is. Okay. Y'all want to watch Higgins?
Sure, why not?
This says, hold on, let me pause it. Okay. This is from, let me, hang on, so I can give credit and all the things. Let me look at where this came from again. This is Trial Channel, okay? So the Trial Channel has this as December 27th, 2024. This is day 17 and 18, May 24th and 28th. Brian Higgins is on the stand. Part 44.2. Brian Higgins cross-examination. So it's not the full testimony. So we got Brian Higgins going up against the defense, right? Which is always exciting. From the first trial. So, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Let me get the screen up and we'll review it. And then we can see if he lies this time around, or has any discrepancies in his story, right? Will it evolve? Right. Will it evolve or change all the things? Oh, come on now. Oh, let me check something.
Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Brought an attorney.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where is your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lowry?
No, I turned it over to state police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy, is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
Of a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal...
So did y'all catch that? Berkowitz? The chief, okay, Chief Berkowitz is the one that drove by in a car and said he thought he saw something on the street or on the lawn, whatever, and they need to go check it out, right? That guy, that chief. The tie between him and Higgins is a horrible family tragedy occurred. Higgins just said that. Let me hang on.
Okay.
And they're talking about listen to what the defense attorney says and listen to this guy's reply. Let me see if I can back it up without going too far. Let me get this thing to work right. Damn it, man. Jesus, every time I stop it, Lord help me. It aggravates me.
I know, it's all right.
It does. It aggravates me. It's like, come on. I don't want to click a bunch of things just to get you to come back to life. Damn. But okay. Not much aggravates me, but that's one of the things that does. It's like, you make me have to do this and that and what? Okay, come back. Let me go get it back. Okay, so he's going to talk about his connection to Chief Berkowitz, right? And that matters.
That's the one Yuri Buchanan was just talking about, right?
Yes, the chief that came by, rode by,
and found the
pieces and told him to get over there. That guy.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Oh, shit, where'd it go? Oh, good Lord.
Is it still spinning?
No, it's like it's not even there, like on my thing, my history. Where did it go? Here we go. Higgins, come back here, buddy. Okay. Well, now it's just spinning. It don't want to do anything. So let me go out of that completely. Hang on a second. Laugh out loud. Oh, you're good, Dolphin. We figured you were at the vet by now. I'm having issues right now getting video to play anyway, so I may not even get that accomplished. Maybe it's getting tired. I don't know. It tried me earlier. Okay, I'll try it again. Way down here.
Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience, the friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes.
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors, at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right, but the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022. Probably had that office for more than 3 years.
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years. 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's.
You're taken out of the field?
Was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Say what? No longer in the field.
You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, you met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
That's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez,
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that form. You can be specific.
Brian Albert did what?
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian Albert's got a reputation.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
It's my mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is Irish whiskey?
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
He was
something.
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think we... No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken... Say that again?
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably... Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right, so...
Well, that wasn't, so.
So let's.
Full courtroom questions.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
You look a little stressed.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up, and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day, it was an emotional day, and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown, and I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well?
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Okay. After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed, is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay, yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th she didn't respond, and the 29th she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those weren't.
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost
Well,
a week.
I think the text. I think the text on the 29th, John died. There's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting. I'm talking about after you said well on
Yeah.
the 28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
Directing you to the last page, just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to, too. You didn't have any physical, intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex?
No.
And when she said, I'm glad you came over tonight, in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express,
Right.
yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl. Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. Okay. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, You were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind. When I didn't initiate this, she did, and I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, it's not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there, because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay. Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like...
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
Like a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right.
You can steal her from John.
And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if...
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
You were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well.
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out. and see what this was all about.
Right, so when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, "You want the real deal," she responded, "It doesn't exist," didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. I was thinking that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, Doctor, right? I agree.
Have just a second.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly, with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never?
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up?
No.
Even though he's a good friend?
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall?
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the Waterfall?
I'm sorry.
I was at the Waterfall.
Left the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, Were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or the friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening?
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you? Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug?
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other thing?
Say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It was like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
No. Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was working.
With you?
He thought that was dramatic.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right.
Working.
The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I don't
that
know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately, it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What?
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text
She smiled like a Karen Reed.
or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, "You coming here," correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were in getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission,
By the
exhibit
mailbox.
66? Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where your laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is
The
facing
highlighted area
flat.
would be full. The whole
Towards
area.
Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6 foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 feet, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night? How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
It was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife Nicole might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me, and I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to. I'm not a beer drinker.
Oh, hell. No whiskey, he can't stay.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said he
Shake
went
his
upstairs
head
to look at
just
the photos,
see him.
where would you have to be?
Frustrated.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
Just once?
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath?
Yes.
In that proceeding? During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes.
Ooh.
And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Yes.
Brother.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up. You described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Clarify.
Page.
It was. What?
485, 486.
They will say never went inside, remember?
Yes.
So it wasn't Nagel he saw.
If I may.
Who was it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Who came in that house?
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes. Correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls, briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house. Yes or no? Yes or no? It was that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
yes,
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat, grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet, no.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short.
30 feet?
Maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north, or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is...
Okay, check this out. This dude keeps saying he's left between 12:30 and 1.
Yeah, no way.
Hang on, Karen Reed, maybe he did leave at 12:30-ish. At 12:32, a text goes out from Jen to John, pull behind me.
Mm-hmm.
What if that's after 12:30? He says he left between 12:30 and 1.
Yeah, but wasn't Ryan Nagel there like at 20 after 12?
Nagel said he got there at 12:20-ish. It was the time frame between 12:20 12:30.
Maybe it was after he left.
The only thing that takes this theory away is because of Nagel. Was there a chance John O'Keefe got out of Karen's truck and he goes in? Or no, he doesn't go in yet because this guy's got to run him over, not Karen, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Karen drop him off and she just leaves, this guy comes and just runs John over. I don't know. If there's a car involved, it's got to be his. But this doesn't make sense. His timeline of when he left never made. I'm always wondering where he's at in this scenario, because the only one to see his vehicle out there was Jennifer McCabe. Nagel never saw it.
So then Ryan Nagel might have just been mistaken about the time, and he came shortly after he left.
The only thing Nagel's not verifying the Jeep being there. He's verifying what he saw, which was him pulling in behind Karen Reed from the intersection.
Okay, so what is Higgins even saying anything about Karen Reed's car at all, or no?
No, I haven't. I'm trying to figure this part out. Hang on. We know for a fact from past testimony, Karen Reed and Nagel come in at the same time. He's dead behind her the whole time.
Right.
He said there was no vehicle between him and Karen Reed. So I don't think he's mistaken. He said no vehicle between me and Karen Reed. She was a car link ahead, then she went up another car link. Jennifer McCabe's looking out the window at the same time frame. right before Nagel pulls up. She claims she sees Karen Reed out there doing what Nagel described the car was doing, which means he would have had to been there at the same time. Jen saw this shit.
Right.
Jen also says that she saw his Jeep sitting there. So you got two witnesses with two different stories.
Well, Jen's full of shit, so if I'm going to believe anybody, it's not her.
Well, I know that. That's why, but the jurors may not know that yet. So we need him to tell us what freaking time he left that house. Quit playing around between your 12:30 and 1 bullshit.
Is it possible he left before Karen and John even got there? It's possible.
I guess he would have had to pull away for
Yeah,
but then why did Jen know? Because
But he would have been wrong about the 12:30 though, because there's no way she couldn't have been there for that few minutes and gotten back to John's at 12:36.
Okay, look, when Nagel describes what Reed's car's doing, it's sitting there, it moves forward. Jen McCabe describes seeing the same thing. The only difference in their testimony is she saw a Jeep out there at that same time. Nagel did not. But she doesn't even say she sees Nagel's truck at that time. So that's the weird part right there, right?
Maybe she was seeing Nagel's truck or his friend's truck and not the Jeep.
Is her story itself an issue?
Yeah, she's always, everything about her is sketch.
I believe Nagel. There's no Jeep
I
there.
believe Nagel. He doesn't seem to be
I can
lying.
say I'm 99%. Okay. So where'd the Jeep go? What time did it leave? That's important to me in my mind. I need to know, and I'll hear him from the man himself. 12:30 and 1.
Oh, okay. I want to hear what Higgins has to say.
You're a high power. You've got a pretty good credentials there, Mr. ATF guy. So if you're going to interview me and ask me questions, and I come back with the kind of answers you're giving, how are you going to look at me? Right?
A few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep?
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights?
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
You still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground. It scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up?
Yes.
Looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't ask
would have
you
done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days, after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned.
I said administrative things.
You said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out, that's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later, right?
I was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
We'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or?
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call-outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So, how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Often the meteorologist
and you went to bed
all that night.
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you testified.
Well, those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, and put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone, you had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night, is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat, and you, quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number, or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770.
On the lower right-hand corner?
In the right. I mean, in the red. Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was digit code or Face ID?
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered, yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes, and then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer?
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything, and then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything, and then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert, correct?
I did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviousa memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So, of course, you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say, right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe
Super frustrated.
to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning when after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, not to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't ask to search it, they didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle?
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just tipped off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
Math didn't
No.
make sense.
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
We were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These were friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Miss Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard, no.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him, and you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said, no.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Oh. Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
Right.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home? Or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Let's see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Just,
Your
do you recognize
Yes, I
it?
do.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars?
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
But you're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
Not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page. Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
9:23 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy?
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
Two bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side, yes.
And then there's a
pass-through.
Personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the time?
Page.
Yes.
It's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
It says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either enter into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, etc.? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times, the dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlighted for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No, no.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian, Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
Based on the record, yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset, and I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
There's
yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
2885?
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sally Port, communication to pedestrian Sally Port.
Look at the one just above it. That's 358.24. Look at 357.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 357.54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 357.36.
357.36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sally Port to booking.
And there's one more on page 2885. Look for 407.47.
407.47?
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sally Port, booking to Sally Port.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sally Port.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sally Port, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that her car ended up in that Sally Port where you were at 5:36?
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sally Port related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, correct? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at the Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did.
So where y'all put
I'm asking where you were.
cut through.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that.
If I walked in, I
Correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember, it's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
You look at the entries for 6:12 and 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, hey. Yeah, this is
Are you referring to the...
been crazy testimony, hasn't it?
6:12 and 6:16.
This is so good.
Okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Are they telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't, no.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
I'm sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason? Why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD?
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
Had access, yes, and that's a cut-through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and
Said worthy.
Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed till the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
Right. What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked this specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Nobody Berkowitz. Family tragedy that brought them together.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see the transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
We agree.
Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony, and that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's wrong.
You knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
There
Objection.
you go.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information?
Yes.
I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
Tell us more.
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Oh, factory reset might be one. Wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You break the SIM card in half or snap it.
It could, yes.
You know that the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone.
Oh,
like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Forensics expert.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend, yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access
ATF
to
is
the
a federal
Regional
agency,
Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself, yes.
And he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
And that form of sustaining.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not.
You don't need to know how to do that. Just turn over your phone.
He was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
There we go. There we go.
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time.
He's a cop, right?
And you're a trained ATF agent.
So he knows this.
What's the question?
Yes.
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI. And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously...
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will? A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes.
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you, is that right?
That's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is time-consuming, but I need to see you.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
You can't make this stuff up, right? It's wild.
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Higgins' attorney is in the court?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled Connollly.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility that he called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding, and that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both worked together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order, or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury. I'll getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I hope he didn't get his friend fired.
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
Be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that?
I did do that, that's correct.
That's what you turned over to the police?
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Right. So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor.
One more question.
Bev.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
I
with.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly
He takes the extractions he wants off his phone, then discards the phone.
Were you aware of that?
Convenient.
Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
He's waiting on an objection.
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
Really? You testified
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
Have a seat, Mr. Lowley. Go ahead. Last question, Mr.
I
Jackson.
hear that. Oh my God.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson?
What?
Yes. It's like, Mr. Higgins, did you order the code red?
So you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
Do you guys remember seeing that?
What I provided was I let them know that there was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir, okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you'd read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. May I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's...
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was I would
I'm not
have...
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
Cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
in another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
You raised your right hand.
That's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023, was about a year ago, correct?
Yes.
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
Yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used the passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor. I put it in a trash bag. Or with my trash.
And then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
You had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance, again, was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
But so that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant, between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there were any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you're asking questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained as to the form.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to that, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testified on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sally Port area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sally Port doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sally Port, does the key card, do you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sally Port itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you the documents I've placed one for you now. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lawler.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that for a minute. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that.
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
Because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone, and when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have on your phone?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced, I don't have kids, I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes?
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
He was shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
I have no further questions.
May we approach one?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on?
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was that the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call, supposedly, from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022. I was so concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them?
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that might have been
5 minutes ago?
Might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th, that's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, crazy guy right there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him testify again, see if anything's changed.
He's got a story to tell, and there's a lot there to his story, all the way down to his ties to the chief down there that spotted the evidence on the road from his car as he passed by. Starting there, that strong tie you got because of some family tragedy. Those kind of ties can run strong and deep. And he gives you a little place in the, a little office over there in the Canton Police Department. For convenience sake, because you work so much, hand in hand with these guys. And then they just built the story. Then you go into his relationship with Karen Reed, or lack of. All that's a lot. And why lie? Why tear up your phone? Why destroy the phone? Why get your best friend, another ATF agent, to walk you through a phone extraction instead of just taking the phone to the authorities and allowing them to do their job?
Yeah.
Right? You shouldn't even be doing that. Would you put up with that in an investigation, sir, you were conducting somewhere? Would you tolerate that mess? But it's okay for you, the ATF agent, to do it because you know what you're doing, right? But you cherry picked what information you extracted conveniently. Cherry picked what you extracted, and then got rid of the phone, SIM card and all. You set yourself up for failure, guy. I mean, wow. That's a lot, guys. That is a lot. So anyway,
That was good though.
oh
Very
yeah,
good.
it was. It was worth taking a look at, wasn't it? It's like I didn't review the whole thing before, but yeah. So I've been streaming like over 10.5 hours.
Yeah, 11 hours it says.
So it looks like, okay. So I know people don't. So I've reviewed enough of this to know because what I'm looking at and what I feel about my opinion about it. Leaked Linda Lane footage has always been real. I've never paid attention to the stupid audio and visuals people were adding into it that they saw and heard and all that junk. You and I reviewed that numerous times together privately in Discord without all that mess attached to it, right? And we see what we see and we know what we saw. Now, 1112 has always is cited in the court documents. Steve Gonzalez has had access to that footage all along. I don't even venture to tell you how he got it. Chances are somebody who lives there probably shared it with him out of whatever, loyalty, call it what you will. I don't know. I don't care. The fact is, he's always had it, right? And he leaked the screenshot from 1112 a long time ago to show everybody the visual of what that camera could actually see from its location pointed toward the intersection. That was the whole point of it. That came out right after Linda Lane was leaked. And yes, it was leaked. It was bought, purchased from the owner, and then leaked onto the internet. So that's how all that happened. I'm not going to go into the details of who bought it and purchased it and all that stuff, because that's a whole other story I'm not going to get into. But that's what happened. And now it appears Dateline has obtained more of that Linda Lane or the 1112 footage, and you can see the car much better.
Oh, really?
And the times line up with what we've been seeing in the documents lately. It's the actual footage, but I'm not going to play it tonight. I'm tired. We'll do it tomorrow. I saved the link. It's not from any creator. There's 2 creators that do have it out right now, but I went and found where it came from originally because that's how I like to roll. What I saw earlier was just piqued my curiosity, and now I've been satisfied as to what's going on them streets on the YouTube. I can't help myself. I has to know, especially if it's important. But anyway, it matches up timeline-wise. It shows the car I'm going to not say clearly because that's the wrong word. Pretty clearly, 333, 338, 356, and again at 407. That's a pretty clear visual at 407. 407. So at 404, I thought it made its 4th pass. 408, it's going behind that building. See, I got to watch that again. I did it quickly because I was trying to review it while we were listening to Higgins wrap it up there. Okay, I'm going to go figure out dinner, chill out, and get some sleep, and get back up here in the morning, and I guess we'll go for the full day. And we'll take a look at that stuff tomorrow that I was just telling you. Guys, let's see. Yeah, that's what we've always assumed, right, Dolphin? Because Olivia meaning Kaylee's sister, stated in an interview they could see Kaylee walking the dog. We're always like, how can you see?
That makes sense.
right? How can you see that? Only way to see it if there's not a camera across from the home, which has never been verified. We've all wondered. Apparently, it's not one there. It's not been brought up in a court document yet, anyway, I should say. But we do know 1112 has. Did they walk down past 112 toward the intersection toward Jack's walking the dog? Something Dolphin and I have always wondered. Did they see? Is that how they see the girls walk the dog? Did Murphy just automatically run that direction because Jack's down there? See what I'm saying? Wouldn't put it past him to go outside to pee and him take off toward Daddy's for a moment, and Kaylee's like, "Get back here."
Right.
What about Xana and Ethan? If they walked home from the frat house, did they go up the sidewalk and up the concrete stairs that lead right to King Road house? Or did they come across the Banfield and up King Road to King and Queen intersection? If they did, 1112 should see them walking. But we don't know that yet either. What their path was back to home, right? From the frat house. If they took the concrete path, stairs, or took the road. I don't know which one they would have went. What was their habit? I don't know them like that. So anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to go. Firefly, thanks for coming up and joining me all day. Dolphin, thanks for coming up and joining us earlier. I appreciate that. Thank you there, Butterfly. I appreciate you. As always, I do appreciate you, Butterfly, for keeping things straight for me and helping me out here as much as you do. I do appreciate that. All right, guys. Yeah, so we'll go. All right, well, thank you guys, and we will see you back here in the morning. Bye.
In this here video, please like and subscribe.